Danan, a social entrepreneur in Rwanda. Can we ever forgive genocide? We are delighted to be invited as a social guest by its founder, a British actress, Yasmin Shirley, who is also CEO of Lavish, where she and her daughter Amber are on the youth mission to help protect our environment. So join us and Yasmin as we talk about our film, Roots of Forgiveness. You can visit their website to find out more.
Hate2Love Collective are an exciting new British theatre performance production company promoting and performing brother and global talent under Hardship. Remember, Friday, 28th August, live from Rwanda. Bye.
Hi all, this is Beshuar Hussain. I have been invited by Yasmin, the founder of Hate2Love Collective, to perform on the live show video on 28th of August. Therefore, I invite you all to join us and hear some music. For more information, you can visit the website. Thank you.
We refuse to believe that the Bank of Justice is bankrupt. We refuse to believe that there are insufficient funds in the great vaults of opportunity of this nation. So we have come to cash this check. A check that will give us upon demand the riches of freedom and the security of justice. We have also come to this hallowed spot to remind America of the fierce urgency of now. This is no time to engage in the luxury of cooling off, or to take the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Now is the time to make real the promises of democracy. Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valleys of segregation to the sunlit paths of racial justice. Now is the time to lift our nation from the quicksands of racial injustice to the solid rock of brotherhood. Now is the time to make justice a reality for all of God's children.
Hello, my darlings. Welcome. You have just heard the lovely words of Dr. Martin Luther King, and that was from his inspirational speech, I Have a Dream, which was presented at the Lincoln Memorial this day in 1963. Dr. King marched on Washington with 250,000 people, all with the goal of ending segregation and racial injustice in the US. This was 57 years ago today, and we're still fighting. But to quote Coretta Scott King, struggle is a never-ending process. Freedom is never really won. You can earn it and win it in every generation. So we continue the fight, the good fight, as it were, to this day, and we hope for a time when the future generations won't have to fight. So, hello, my name is Amelia Barillon, and I will be one of your compares for this evening. I would like to officially welcome you to Hate2Love's second Art Under Lockdown show, All the Feels Part 2. So as the name suggests, this is our second show under lockdown. And during this evening, we will be exploring the theme of identity, way beyond the who, the what, and the where. We'll look at how we identify ourselves, how we identify others, how others identify us, how we can be misidentified, how we can be misrepresented, how quickly or easily one's perception of identity can change or be challenged. Do we stand in our identity, celebrate our identity, express our identity? How many times do we hide our identities or parts of our identity? Can you heal from a blow to your identity? Those are just a few things that we will be discussing throughout the evening. And some of the things that came up in our 3-hour weekly workshops over the last 4 or 5 weeks. Now, a few of the pieces you will see this evening are still works in progress, so they're still finding their legs. Some of the pieces are snippets from bigger projects and ideas, and some of the offerings are in their budding stages. So you will get to witness them flower before your very eyes. As I'm sure you have realized, this is an electronic show, so apologies for the technical difficulties. It was a system thing, and yes, so we apologize. I hope it wasn't too much a problem for you. But if that continues throughout the evening, please just bear with us. We shall do our best to ebb them as much as we can. The artists involved in tonight's performance actually come from various different places, which include the UK, Hungary, Bangladesh, America, Iraq, Rwanda, and the Caribbean. We have all donated our time and our energy to come into this space to share our art in all its various forms with you this evening, and we are honored that you have chosen to grace us with your time and your energy. As some of you may know, Hate2Love Collective is a not-for-profit British theatre and performance production company, and we are by design here to explore the extremes and complexities of human emotion, all of them between love and hate, all while trying our hardest to not use the actual words of love and hate. We are committed to creating ways to help push, promote, and platform, unknown, emerging, and existing talent and creators in hardship. And it's because we believe art and artists shouldn't be limited or boxed in due to their circumstances. And we are here formulating many ways in which we can achieve these goals. Some of them will be highlighted by our founder, Yasmin Chowdhury, in just a moment. But before I hand over, there are a few things I need to point out. As I said, this is an electronic show, so please bear with us if something goes wrong. In the description box of this link, you should hopefully see a link to an e-program, which is hopefully up to date. If not, one will be on the website later on this evening, as well as the link for the website for Hate2Love Collective and the website for Love Dish, which is what Yasmin will talk about in a minute. The show should run just under 2 hours, and there will be a short interval for your refills of teas, coffees, something a little bit stronger, and then the show will be followed by a Q&A with cast and crew at the end. So if you have any questions, please pop them in the chat box, and our lovely tech person in the chat box, Tony, will get them all together and hand them to us at the end. Thank you very much for tuning in, for gracing us with your time and energy. And I'm going to take this moment to hand over to the lovely Yasmin Chowdhury. Are you there, Yasmin? Oh, can we have you, Yasmin? This is the joys of live shows. There she is, and unmute. Fabulous.
Okay, thank you very much and for joining. This is live from London. I don't know, why am I laughing? But I want to say good evening and welcome. And of course, here we are getting the angle in. For those of you who have called in and been waiting, thank you so much and sorry and apologies, but I have something very exciting to share. When he's ready, there is someone very special guest star. And as part of my opening remarks, I wanted to put my other hat on, not as an actress or a producer or a director, but simply as an ordinary human being who has spent 10 years trying to explore root causes of poverty and some of the biggest problems facing our society today. By my side has been my daughter, Amber, who began this mammoth journey with me. Thank you for watching the Love Dish film. He's now ready. You will see behind me the products of 10 years toil, blood, sweat and tears. To effect change, it takes not only good souls, but it does take, unfortunately, funding. I'm here tonight as the Chief Executive of Love Dish before this amazing show starts, All the Feels Part 2 Identity, willfully, deliberately chosen to air on the anniversary of the most, I believe, one of, if not the most iconic speech ever delivered in the history of mankind, Martin Luther King, who has always inspired me. And behind you, me, is the T-shirt, which I believe is the world's kindest. And I'm so proud, before we go, he's been waiting very patiently. We need funding because look, this is what we do. This is why it's raw. This is why I'm not going to, as much as I apologize, I want you to understand that I set myself a test. I said to myself earlier this year, I want to effect change. What does it look like? Even though I have a shoestring, in fact, I've got nothing. People chat. They want change. They want diversity. They want to help our Black brothers and sisters. But guess what? I'm now going to show you tonight how simple it is. If the right people in the right way get involved. There is that T-shirt that could fund everything, not just change for all of us, but I now want to introduce you to the very man. I don't know if you can see him, okay? He's a bit blurred and look, all we've got is, and the lighting isn't great, okay? Ohidul. Ohidul is live. This is proof that, Ohidul, assalamu alaikum, okay? Okay, Ohidul is one of the survivors of one of the worst tragedies to ever befall garment workers. In 2013, 24th of April, 1,136 factory workers died, mostly women. In that building was Ohidul. Ohidul, আমি বুঝাইতেছি যেন তুমি রানা প্লাজায় ছিলাই আর কেমন ভাবে এই ফ্যাক্টরি collapse হইয়া তোমার সব কিছু ধ্বংস হয়ে গেছে. I want to be very clear that Ohidul is someone I know. Ohidul is someone I met. Ohidul is someone and many others who know me. And together, when I took the t-shirt and I said, I want to create something ethically as possible, organically, he and others blessed this t-shirt. And why it's so important now, I'm going to hand over to Ohidul, is because I'm so proud to share that we are releasing, and it's already on our website, limited edition, this Love Dish tea, 100% organic cotton made by women in a worker-owned factory. But the first 4 we are releasing are available for pre-order, one of which will fund Hate2Love Collective, but most importantly, Ohidul's daughter, Jannat. Now, I am making a serious commitment to bring this family who have suffered enough to London and their daughter to gain medical treatment. But not just that, so that Jannat and her family, Ohidul and Miriam, his wife, come to London not only to seek treatment, but to have the lives that the rest of us expect to get, but they don't. Because this is what modern day slavery supply chains look like. Now, Ohidul, I now want to just take a few moments because I thought about this and I thought, what do I want to do in the next 10 minutes of my opening remarks? I don't want to be the actress. I want to give the microphone to the very people who never get to be heard. Ohidul, তুমি এখন সবাইকে বলে দিয়ে দাও প্রয়োজন তোমার কি আর তুমি কি বলতে চাও পৃথিবীকে. I've just asked Ohidul, একটু রাখো. Ohidul, what message would you like to say to the world as a survivor of Rana Plaza? And what is it that you would like everyone to listen to in your own words? Bolo, and I will translate. Bolo.
আমি আমার নাম ওয়াহিদুল ইসলাম, আমি সাভার রানা প্লাজারে 6 তলা ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়াল অ্যাক্সেস চাকরি করি। আমি পলিটিক্স ছিলাম।
Just stop. Ekটু kami boli taderke. So he's now saying, look, I was in the factory in 2013. I was in qualities. Ar tumi kun chirite silai? Choi chiri. 6th floor.
6th floor.
He was on the 6th floor on that day, and obviously made global headlines. Bolo, huh?
আমি ফ্লোরে 6th ফ্লোরে ছিলাম। আমি ইন্টারপ্রেনার্স, আমি পলিটিক্স ছিলাম, সুইং পলিটিক্সে। আমি যখন সকাল 9টা 8টা 8:30 ভিতরে আমি ফ্লোরের ভিতর ঢুকি। ঢোকার পরে আমরা যখন কাজ শুরু করি, কাজ শুরু করার পরে একটা আওয়াজ হলো।
So what he's saying, একটু রাখো আর Ohidul আমাদের শুধু 1 মিনিট আছে, বুঝতেছো? আমি পরে, because obviously he really wants to tell you his story, and he's about to start saying how he went into work one day and he heard a big sound, and you know, I'm going to explain that he told me তুমি কি sewing machine এর নিচে তুমি ঢুকে তোমার জীবনটা বেঁচে রাখছো, তাই না? যখন বিল্ডিং পড়ে যায়. So he's just confirming to me live, this is live in Bangladesh, that when that building collapsed, and you can go and Google Rana Plaza and see that building, he hid under a sewing machine. That was in 2013. Ohidul has never recovered his life. And I'm now officially declaring as chief executive of Lovedesh that I, in a very, very non-adversarial way, but in a very firm way, not only do Black Lives Matter in the USA and UK, but modern day slavery and why we connected it to Martin Luther King has not stopped and continues unabated in African nations as well as Asian nations, because where there are poor people, there is exploitation. So all I'm trying to explain is Lovedesh exists to platform, protect, promote those without voices, not just creatively. And I promise you, you will be having some fun and entertainment. And this is about as serious as it gets. But coming on later on, our guests live from Rwanda. And one of the t-shirts will be funding their film on Roots of Forgiveness, which explores the genocide and life after genocide in Rwanda and what's the future. And what we want to do is Ohidul. People like Ohidul, they want a solution. So Ohidul, তুমি কি চাও পৃথিবী? ওরা কেমন ভাবে তোমাকে সাহায্য করতে পারবো? What do you need, Ohidul? How can we assist you?
আমি এখন বর্তমানে খুব অসহায় ভাবে আছি। আমার মেয়েটা, আমার ছোট্ট মেয়ে, যার নাম জান্নাত, 5 বছর বয়স, সে এখন কিডনিতে আক্রান্ত। প্রায় 1 বছর ধরে আমার মেয়েটাকে আমি ট্রিটমেন্ট চালাচ্ছি। মানুষ যদি আমাকে সারা বিশ্বের মানুষ যদি আমার মেয়েটাকে চিকিৎসা করার জন্য লন্ডনে নিয়ে যায়, আমি আল্লাহর কাছে লাখ লাখ শুকরিয়া আদায় করবো। এখন আমি যে পরিস্থিতিতে আছি, আসলে আমার দ্বারা সম্ভব না যে মেয়েটাকে বাঁচানো।
Okay, শোনো অহিদুল, তোমার ক্যামেরা বন্ধ হয়ে গেছে, তুমি ক্যামেরা অন করো. So what he's just saying, and I'm going to wrap it up because obviously we want to now move, but this is as serious as it gets. Yeah, Martin Luther King gave that address. I'm also inspired by Malcolm X, but in the 10 years plus that I have been exploring and how to find solutions to some of the biggest problems, from modern day slavery, climate change, poverty, domestic abuse, the issues and hatred and racism and, you know, suffering, that refugees, and also how to preserve our wildlife. We start very simply, and we start with funding some projects and listening to people like Ohidul. And here's my commitment. I'm going to work night and day, wherever I can do, to make sure the film Roots of Forgiveness is funded, because there is not enough arts coming out from places like Africa and Asia, and I'm very upset about poverty porn. It's not okay that we continue to have a life, but at the expense of others. And we want to help, not punish or admonish, but I hope you feel for this father whose message to you before he goes, okay, he'd actually switched off his phone, and I want you to know I actually bought him a smartphone, and that's how we keep tabs on Jannat, his daughter. His last message is this before we wrap up: please help bring my daughter to London. They have been buying blood bags every day for £10. £10 is enough, actually more than enough, to feed about 15 people, okay? 15, 20 people. He finds that money, but also hospitals are really bad. He just wants to save his little girl. So, Ohidul, we can talk more, and if you go to the Love Dish website, you'll see that we are doing a crowdfunder, and one of the rewards is people get to converse with the survivors. But that's something we're going to actually have a conversation with some of the biggest fashion brands. And I hope that if anything at all, even if you can't buy the t-shirt, please share, please support. And what we can't do with the t-shirts, we hope, as founder of Hate2Love Collective, we do through arts, because broken hearts create beautiful arts. And I hope you enjoy the show. So from me in London, here is the kindest t-shirt. Here is Ohidul. I can't wait to have a live chat with the amazing Gilbert and Danon in Rwanda, as well as we have Beshuar, who is performing live music, just to say thank you so much. I will now shut up. And Ohidul, I guess it's goodbye from you in Bangladesh. Tumi ekon biday nao, and I will be talking lots about Jannat. And the day Jannat comes to London is the day I hope that, you know what, change starts happening for some of the poorest factory workers and artisans who remain exploited by supply chains in Asia and Africa. And I think that Martin Luther King, if he was alive today, he would be fighting for them today. You know it, we know it, everyone knows it. So thank you, Martin Luther King, for giving me the inspiration. Thanks a lot. And I'll hand over back to Amelia. Okay, and Ohidul, do you want to say goodbye? We're saying goodbye. Ohidul, amra biday nitesi, okay? Okay, he said Allah Hafiz, which is his traditional greeting.
Thank you very much, Yasmin and Ohidul. We're going to pass over to Esther so she can give us a quick Hungarian translation for the intro for the show. Thank you very much.
Szóval jó estét kívánok minden kedves nézőinknek! Ez a The Hate2Love Collective második online showja, All the Feels második része, aminek a címe Identity, vagyis identitás. A mai estén azt fogjuk megvizsgálni, hogy mit jelent az identitás különböző embereknek, különböző időkben, különböző szempontokból. Elvesztheti-e valaki az identitását, visszakaphatja-e, megváltozhat-e, és hogyha igen, akkor ez hogy történhet, milyen módokon. A Hate2Love Collective egy új kis társulat, mi egy non-profit társulat vagyunk, tehát egyik tagunk sem kap semmilyen fizetést, vagy akármilyen térítést ezért a munkánkért. Azért csináljuk, hogy platformot és lehetőséget adjunk olyan tehetségeknek, akik talán máshogy nem tudnának érvényesülni, és soha nem kapnának platformot arra, hogy akárki is lássa őket. A Hate2Love Collective összekapcsolódik egy másik szervezettel, a Labdessel. Ők egy ilyen charity organization, akik mindenféle, most például, amiről a Jasmin beszélt, ő például most egy családnak segítenek, akiket nagyon sok akiket nagyon sok nehézség ért, de például támogatják a Hate2Love Collective-et is, mint művészeti platformon. Szóval, mivel ez egy online show, előfordulhat, hogy lesznek technikai nehézségek, ezért elnézést kérünk, és megpróbáljuk minél hamarabb megoldani ezeket. A show körülbelül 2 órás lesz, talán egy kicsit rövidebb, és a közepén lesz egy kis szünet, szóval, hogy mindenki fel tudjon frissülni, hozhasson még magának innivalót, ennivalót. Köszönjük szépen, és élvezzék az estét!
And now I'm delighted to actually introduce the first of a series of original work. And I think it's wonderful that actually this is Ignorance of the Heart. It is a live performance and it's written by Amber Chowdhury Kay and performed by Esther Patak-Valvi. Thank you.
I stand on the sidelines, the world, and I'm watching, observing, and I stand with many as we stay silent and still. A place of acceptance and freedom, they say, and yet we stay on the sidelines and watch the horror unfold. And it is us who are responsible. As though our intentions may be innocent, our actions prove us ignorant. And yet, I stand on the sidelines, watching, observing.
Worldwide Shakespeare is a company that was founded during the lockdown. Its mission is to bring the classics to a global audience made with global artists. Tonight, we are blessed to be part of Hate2Love Collective's All the Feels Part 2 with 2 monologues. The first one is going to be performed by Amelia Parillon, and that will be Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 1, Mark Antony speech.
Oh, pardon me, thy bleeding piece of earth, that I am meek and gentle with these butchers. Thou art the ruins of the noblest man that ever walked in the tide of time. Woe to the hands that shed this costly blood. Over thy wounds do I now prophesy, which, like the mouths, do ope their ruby lips and beg the voice and utterance of my tongue. A curse shall light upon the limbs of men. Domestic fury and fierce civil strife shall cumber all parts of Italy. Blood and destruction shall be so in use, and dreadful objects so familiar that mothers will but smile when they behold their infants quartered by the hands of war. All pity choked with custom of fell deed. And Caesar's spirit ranging for revenge. With Ate by his side, come hot from hell, shall in these confines with a monarch's voice cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. This deed shall smell above the earth with carrion men groaning for burial.
Hi, I am Emma Agerstone, and I confirm I have completed the online questionnaire. I'm anxious because... Am I anxious? Really?
And now I'm really delighted because actually this is where you get to see me as a writer, and it's my first time ever having written Anxious Hearts Part 1, and I hope you enjoy it, but we also have the follow-up later on. So Anxious Hearts Part 1, written by me. Thanks.
Hi, I am Emma Agerstone, and I confirm I have completed the online questionnaire. I'm anxious because... Am I anxious? Really? I mean, I have an idea why Dr. Jenkins referred me, but... There you go. Oh, no, darling, potato here, it's where it always is. Did you find it? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, I'm sorry, yes. So, Dr. Survivor, I guess I might be anxious because... I mean, I'm new to Hitler South. I moved into my boyfriend's flat, he works late and nights, and I don't like the dark, I just know I don't. I look fine, don't I? I'm so not fine. So yes, I think the group anxiety classes could help me feel more safe.
So I'm Anita Sharma. Yes, I do live in Heath Ledge, and I have completed the online questionnaire. And this is my self-tape. My occupation, I actually am on track to be country director as part of the executive leadership team at a corporate company that I work at. And question, what does it say? Question 3. Why am I anxious? Well, firstly, I've been having chest pains, and these were checked out by Dr. Jenkins, and he suggested this drop-in counselling session. Love that. Really great idea. Because sometimes I just don't know if I'm going to be around, and usually I do fly abroad for business, but obviously I'm at home, and I think the anxiety, I guess I identified it about 6 months ago. There's been a lot of turbulence. Sometimes I get like skin bubbles on my skin and rashes, and I cover them up in makeup, and what with the chest pains and everything, Dr. Jenkins suggested that I attend your drop-in sessions, Dr. Sapphire. So really excited about meeting you. I could show you now. My suspenders. Oops. TMI, too much information. Actually, what I'll do is send in pictures. So yeah, and I think you should look at my medical files. I'd rather not go into it here, but yeah, let's just say I've had a very interesting life. So yeah, I just I'm really super excited and glad that we're doing this. Thanks a lot, and looking forward to checking you out, Dr. Sapphire. I've heard huge credentials, and hopefully you can help us all. Thanks.
Hello, I am Dr. Liliana. I confirm I live in Hate2Love South, and I'm anxious because I have recently lost my job, because I am sick of being asked to work for free and receive a lot of death threats and hate. That's it.
This is a self-tape for Dr. Sapphire. Yes, I have completed the questionnaire. I was not happy to do so, but I did it. I have completed this sentence. Question 3. Please complete the following questions. I am anxious because... Drat. Okay. I am anxious because I like people. What I mean by that is I like women. A woman, but she, they, nobody knows I exist. I feel so ugly. I'm terribly lonely. I cannot seem to control the night sweats and the panic, the sheer panic. It used to be one thing as a teenager, but now that I'm an adult, I can't seem to control it. I haven't spoken to anyone for around 3 months now.
Hello, and sorry for that delay. Okay, so as you can see, this is why, we are actually all doing this from and in our spare time. So keep apologizing for any technical difficulties. But especially given that obviously we are live and we've got the most incredible lineup tonight, one of whom is Beshuar Hussain. Now, Beshuar is an incredible composer. I would urge you, and he will be joining us in the live cast and crew Q&A later on. But Beshuar is a composer, and he will be playing an instrument. I myself haven't heard of this. I think it's called saz, and I believe he will be doing a world premiere. And I will allow Beshuar to say a bit more before obviously he plays. But remember, you can get your questions in because he is from Iraq, he lives in London, and I would urge you to check out his music. So Beshuar Hussain, I'm just checking that I get the all clear because it's very important. And we are having echoes, so bear with us. But I just want to get from my technical team the thumbs up, because when it comes to live music performance, I want to make sure that all technical aspects, if there are any issues, we've just, these teething problems, we've just ironed them out. But I think we're good to go. Therefore, without further ado, very exciting, live in London, Beshuar Hussain giving his world premiere of specially composed music for us tonight, All the Feels to Identity. Thank you.
Hello? Can you guys hear me? Because I'm not sure if my voice comes through.
Besh, I believe everything is okay, so please continue. Thank you so much.
All right. Hello, guys. I'm so honored and invited by Yasmin, the founder of Hate2Love Collective, to perform and play music. It is called the Survivors. Survivors from rivers, from the situation of war, conflicts, and from the sea between Turkey and Greece. Survivors from the world, from Europe, from camps. And I hope you guys like it. This is the instrument called saz. It is a string instrument. It is basically from the Caucasus, which is now we can say between Turkey, Armenia, Kurdistan, and it is quite an emotional instrument. Thank you. Now I will go back to Yasmin, I believe.
Wow, that was an incredible performance. I'm not Yasmin, but we have now come to our next offering from Worldwide Shakespeare, which is performed by an amazing artist called Kalai Janelle, and he will be performing Henry IV, Part 3, Act 5, Scene 6. A lot of numbers there. And he's playing Richard of Gloucester. It's incredible. I can't wait for you to see.
I have neither pity, love, nor fear. Indeed, it is true that King Henry told me of. For I have often heard my mother say, I came into the world with my legs forward. Had I not reason, think ye, to make haste, and seek their women who usurp our right? The midwives wondered, the woman cried, oh, Jesus, bless us! And so I was, which plainly signified that I should snarl and bite and play the dog. Then since the heavens shake my body so, let her make crook my mind to answer it. I had no father. I am like no father. I have no brother. I am like no brother. And this word, love, which greybeards call divine, be resident in men like one another, and not in me. I am myself alone. Clarence, beware, thou keepst me from the light. But I will sort a pitchy day for thee, for I will buzz abroad such prophecies that Edward shall be fearful for his life, and then to purge his fear, I shall be thy death. King Henry and the prince, his son, are gone. Clarence! Thy turn is next, and then the rest, counting myself but bad, till I be best, I'll throw thy body in another room, and triumph, Henry, in thy day of doom.
And now we have an offering from Yasmin Chowdhury, Anxious Hearts, Part 2. I think I made it up to you, darling. No. Go and get yourself ready. No, that is fine. I have to get myself ready for this class, don't I? Oh, yes, I'm running this group session. Oh, no, it should be rather interesting. Give me 1 second. Ah, yes. Now, oh, no, you can enjoy this outfit later, honey. Bye-bye. Go. Now, I wonder who is going to come in first. I'm going to guess Frank. Yes. He will be in first, and then probably Emma.
This Drop in Eden workshop. How many are in the session? Are you Dr. Sapphire? Oh, as in the precious gemstone, which is a variety of the mineral corundum consisting of magnesium with aluminium oxide with trace amounts of elements such as iron, titanium, corrodium, vanadium, nitrogen, or magnesium.
Okay,
And,
amazing. Yes, hello, and you must be Frank.
Yes, I am indeed.
Hello, Frank. My name is Dr. Sophia, but while we are in this space, you can refer to me as Janice.
I like to be early.
Oh, okay. Good.
5 minutes before anything starts, as I like to be prepared. My nerves are deeply frayed. I am rather tired of this tech nonsense. It is only due to COVID that I am prepared to do this. I am rather upset. But at least I have my biscuits.
Oh, biscuits, how very nice. Enjoying those guys.
I'm not the first one.
No.
There you go. You both beat it.
So you must be Emily, right?
Emma.
Ah, yes, I watched your videos. How terribly sorry with me. Emma. Yes, welcome, Emma. Welcome, Emma. Fantastic. And hello, Liliana. Welcome to the Doctor's Drop-In Anxiety Session for group.
It's doctor, actually. I earned it after I did my PhD in conflict resolution. And you know, as women, when we spend years losing our minds to pursue academic, excellence, we almost kill ourselves studying. So I just love to hear the word doctor before the name Liliana.
I totally understand, of course, Dr. Liliana. But in this session, we're going to refer to each other as first names so we can have some kind of equality. As you know, I am a doctor as well, but in this session, you shall refer to me as Janice.
Dr. Sapphire, Janice.
Thank you. Yes, Frank.
Did we have to answer all the questions in the questionnaire? As there is some that I really did not want to answer.
Well, it would have been helpful as there's nothing too personal, but please don't worry, Frank. I can see that you're getting a little anxious already. So while we're here, we can clear a few things up and just hang in there for now. I'm sure everything will become clearer as we go on. Okay?
Frank, why don't you just do as you're asked?
Maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe it's personal to him.
Maybe we just keep the session. It is better for everybody else if we wait till everybody is in the room before we start talking. But not to worry, we are all here for anxiety, aren't we? Yes. So we're going to have respect for each other in the space. Fantastic. I think we're waiting for a few more.
Hi. I'm so sorry. Oh,
hello.
This is the anxiety workshop, yeah?
Yes.
Oh, right. Hi. I'm Anita.
Ah, yes. Hello, Anita.
Hi.
Yes, in the right space.
Have you started without me? Or
no,
because I'm still working.
We are just getting started now, Anita. Not to worry. We are just waiting for a few more. How has your day been?
It's been really hard. I can just tell you, I'm already stressed just from I actually nearly broke my heels. Okay, I was getting out of the Uber. The phone rang, mobile, and I'm actually feeling really anxious, Dr. Sapphire. But do you know what? If it's okay, I've got to go out later for a business engagement. So I'm going to paint my nails because like coloring, mindfulness.
Oh, don't worry. We're all new here. We don't know.
Oh, thank you.
You're not late. It's fine.
I think this color kind of like lifts what I'm wearing.
Yeah. Very nice sentiment, Emma. Thank you very much for making Anita feel welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Anita, this is a safe space, and you are in the comfort of your own home. So if you
Anita, would you like some tea and biscuits? Tea. I can go make some tea. There's lots of choice in my house. Digestives, rich tea, bourbon, ginger snaps. Oh, even wagon wheels. But of course, I'm here, and you are all
Yeah. You know, because yeah.
Interesting.
There.
So, Frank, you have all of these biscuits. Who on earth are you sharing them with?
Oh.
I'm going to name you Bicky Frank. Yes, that's what I'm going to christen you. Don't worry, all of you will get nicknames as time goes on. Now, as I said,
sorry, I've just realised. I think that's a really good idea. I'm parched. I could do with a drink, but I'm not going to go for tea. I mean, you know, it's that time. It's wine o'clock, but mine's is vodka o'clock. So would you mind if I just?
As I said, you are all in your own space.
Maxine, I've run out of you know, my bottle. Like, I need some vodka. Where's my vodka bottle? Would you mind?
Right, without further ado.
I do like drinks. Okay, great. Sorry. Yeah.
Without further ado, I would like to move forward. As I said, we are waiting for a few more.
I just want to say, can I just say, I just really want to share this. I think it's so important, okay, that, you know, the NHS, it's free. And, you know, like I'm at my workplace, they would love, you know, I get free private medical, but I just love getting, you know, like such an incredible institution. So cheers to the NHS, you know.
Yes, well, Anita, sorry to interrupt you, but I really have to say this. As a businesswoman, you should know this course is funded by us taxpayers, so it is not really free. Plus, that's why many charities have to pick up the extra work and still.
Okay, I am going to officially name this a politics-free zone. Now, as I said, we are waiting for a few more, but I think it's probably important that we.
How do you all like your tea?
Oh, well,
coffee.
I like coffee. Dark cappuccino, milk, no sugar. I just fine.
I have my water. Thank you, Frank, for asking. Excuse me.
Anna, you should try.
I wanted to ask you one thing. Sorry, Janice. Sorry. Are there? I saw files before. Are there files in your house?
Yes.
And why are you not wearing gloves? I assume many people might have touched them, so not really.
But they're inside my. Okay, Liliana, I'm actually inside my home, so I don't need to have gloves because I have running water and hand wash.
Yeah,
but thank you very much for your concern. If we ever meet in person, depending on how long this runs for, I will most certainly make sure I have all the precautions: gloves, hand sanitizer, disinfectant wipes, the whole important. That make you feel better? Fantastic. Now, while Anita paints her nails, we are going to jump straight into introductions. As I said, time is of the essence, and we've got a few more people who should be here, but they're running late. That's their loss. So we are going to jump straight into introductions. Everybody's going to have 30 seconds. It's going to be nice and quick. And I want you to tell me who you are, where you are, what your favorite food is, and your favorite color. I'm going to begin with myself. My name is Janice, also known as Dr. Sophia. I'm a representative here at Heath Ledge South GP practice, and I'm very, very excited to have you all in the room because we are all here to fight the anxiety monster together, aren't we? We are going to jump straight in. As I would like to highlight also, today is the anniversary of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech. So we're using this as a reason to get excited and inspired. Yes, folks.
Totally.
We are going. Yes, they did kill him, unfortunately. So we are going to.
I'm sorry. I'm just like, Maxine, did we not have it in our diary that it was Martin Luther King Day? We've really got to do something.
No, it's not Martin Luther King Day.
Okay, sorry.
We don't have that here in the UK.
Okay.
We are going to begin with the introductions. We're going to have Liliana. You can begin. Yes.
Oh, not me. Okay, sorry. Yes.
No, Liliana's going to begin. Please go ahead.
For Liliana, Professor, FRSA, MBE. I guess living in many places in UK, I most prefer space gray. spaghetti, because life is complicated anyways. And Italian food is just the best. We know how to love our family, and we know how to cook good food.
Lovely. Now we are going to go over to Anita.
Oh, I'm still sorry.
Okay, not a problem. We are going to hear from Frank. Yes, go on, Frank.
I am Frank. I live on Somers Towns Road, the third house from the middle of the road. It's in the centre of the road. My favourite colour is khaki. My favourite food is sandwiches with no crusts, and I like to eat with birds.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, and Martin Luther King, MLK as he's known. I have some very interesting facts about him.
Okay, go ahead.
So, did you know his name wasn't actually Martin, it was Michael?
Oh, I didn't know.
Oh.
Well, he received his doctorate in systematic theology.
What's that? Systematic. Oh, hang on. Oh, I need to Google this.
Yeah, well, King's I Have a Dream speech was not his first at the Lincoln Memorial.
He was imprisoned nearly 30 times, and King narrowly escaped an assassination attempt a decade before his death.
Okay. Thank you very much, Liliana and Frank, for that very invigorating sharing of information. But we are going to cut that right there, and we are going to move on to the lovely Emma. Let's hear from Emma. So can you tell us who you are, where you're from, your favorite food, and your favorite color, please, Emma? Go right ahead.
And there's a time limit, isn't there, Dr. Safar?
Yes, it is 30 seconds.
Okay, so my name is Emma. Actually, my second name is Esther. I sometimes just use it as, personal Zooms so I can differentiate. From Hungary. I moved to this town not so long ago, so I still get kind of lost all the time. I live with my boyfriend. My favorite color is pink. And what was your favorite food? My favorite food is a Hungarian dessert. It's called turogombot. It is
Turogombo. Did I say it right?
Almost.
I'm always traveling for business. So turogombo?
Gombot.
Gombot.
Good. Yes. Oh. Lovely. Is that complete? Fantastic. And over to you, Anita. Finish off this group.
Okay, so I'm Anita. I'm actually thinking I'm going to be changing my name soon, so use it while you can.
Okay.
Yeah. So what else? My favorite dish: avocado and cheeky prawn cocktail crisps of a night. The whole big packets. The multi-packs. Obviously, I work. I'm working from home. But I actually have my assistant on a spare mobile phone. So she's really, really helpful. And what else?
You've got a few more seconds, Anita.
I'm feeling very anxious.
Breathe.
Sorry, okay.
You're doing very well.
Yeah, I'm just my own woman. I'm just my own. Yeah.
Very nice. Very well done. Thank you very much for introducing yourselves.
Sorry. Okay.
That's fine. No need to apologize. As I said, this is a safe space where we're just going to work through these anxieties as they come up.
Can I just share something?
Yes, if you feel called to share.
It's Frank, isn't it? Frank. I've seen you. I know you. Well, not know you. It's amazing. But you're on that bench, aren't you? From my boss's office in the building, I've seen you. You feed the birds. It's incredible, Frank. And we actually have a nickname for you. You're the Birdman.
No.
We actually were gonna, because we do so much work in the local community, we were gonna invite you to come and share and tell us about your love of birds, Frank.
No.
Wow, huh? Where's he gone? Oh God, I didn't mean to offend. I didn't mean to offend.
Okay, 1 second.
Literally,
one second.
Has anyone else seen him? Don't you know him? Like, we didn't have a poster
Well
of the
done.
Birdman.
Wonderful session, but I really
okay.
This is
everybody calm down.
So
lovely. Liliana, silence, please. Thank you very much. I've had to exit that video. We're going to take a few moments because protocol has been broken. Anita, I will.
Oh my God, was that me?
Anita, I will speak to you personally in a little while, but we are going to take a few moments while I speak to Frank and Liliana separately, and then I'll come and speak to you. Thank you very much, ladies. I will find you in a moment.
Okay. Hi, Emma. Hello? Oh, she's frozen. I don't know.
Woo! Thank you very much, my lovelies. That completes the first half. We are going to take a few moments. We're going to play you a lovely song while you all go and refill your tea, your biscuits, your wine, your champagne, whatever you have chosen to have with yourself today. And we shall be back in approximately about 7 minutes. We will see you then. As I said, we're going to have a Q&A after the show. Apologies for all the technical difficulties. This is the joy of working from home on a computer and phones and tablets and so on and so forth. We shall see you in 7 minutes, my darlings. As I said, Q&A post-show. So pop your questions and such in the question box. See you soon. Ciao.
কাছে আর শ্রীনগর সেথা পড়শি বসত করে একঘর পড়শি বসত করে আমি একদিনও না
finding it interesting and is learning some bits. Now, over to more learning and more interesting facts and getting to know some more interesting people. I'm going to hand over to Yasmin Chowdhury to basically introduce Roots of Forgiveness with their lovely, oh, I got to change my name, lovely filmmakers. Over to you, my darling.
Thanks so much, Amelia. And of course, I am going to go soon live to Rwanda. So we've gone live to Bangladesh and we're now going live to Rwanda, and some incredible social entrepreneur, Danon Fraterni Musoni, and as well as Gilbert Sibomana, who is a filmmaker. So when you're ready, love to patch in Gilbert and Danon. Now they are the duo, but Gilbert and I have been chatting because Lovedesh, CEO, very pleased to try and get their film Roots of Forgiveness funded. So while they wait to join us, okay, so sometimes you're just waiting for them both, I want to talk about this film and why it's so critical. And it's an incredible venture that they've decided, and it marks and explores the aftermath of the 1994 genocide in Rwanda regarding the Tutsis. But we want to focus on the filmmaking, and this is why we set aside time to bring in global creatives around the world who perhaps would normally never been given the opportunity or be allowed to be platform. So just when you're ready, Gilbert and Danon, but I think first we're going to go for the trailer. You know what? That's what we were supposed to have done. So please, without further ado, we'll watch the trailer for their movie, which they are, you know, really I'm passionate to support to see it funded. So here's the trailer for Roots of Forgiveness. Thank you.
ikintu Imana yampaye ni ukubabarira uwantemye.
nabonaga hari ku mutima nzi ko mwishe.
gusa byarangoye kugira ngo mfate igihe cyo kubabarira.
Baradukwitaguye baratubonagura numva n'ukuntu mvuga abantu bangize gutya sinabahaye imbabazi bose ko batambabariye.
Ikibazo rero ahubwo kiba muri twebwe twakoze jenoside tutemera, tugifite wa mutima ukomeye tudatinyuka kujya gusaba imbabazi aho twahemukiye.
Twize ku cyaha, ngo icyaha ni iki harya? Ikintu ukora kibi ubizi kandi ubishaka. Ingaruka z'icyaha narazibonye.
An incredible moving trailer, and of course I'm delighted to welcome Danon and Gilbert into the room. So Danon and Gilbert, please go ahead and join us here live in London, live from Rwanda. So we're just waiting. So aha, hello, hi.
Hi everyone.
Hi, greetings from London and welcome. Thank you.
My name is Gilbert. I'm a filmmaker from Rwanda. I'm the director of the Roots of Forgiveness that they are for the trailer that we've been watching. Thank you, Yasmin, for inviting us today. It's an honor, it's an opportunity to us. Actually, Roots of Forgiveness, it's an investigative documentary film that tells a story on how the 1994 genocide survivors and perpetrators are moving from forgiveness to reconciliation. It's very important to tell this story because it's unique story of a story that about the genocide that took place of more than a million Tutsis, and then everything happened only in 100 days. So it's really hard to believe that the genocide, the survivors now, and the genocide perpetrators now are living in peace they are neighbors, they are helping each other after all that happened. That's why we want to tell this story. It's really, in many countries around the world, there are countries that this story is going to help other countries that are suffering, countries that are facing genocide, countries that are facing wars, countries like Iraq and the many other countries around the world. And the story is really, it's a different story because it really investigates the cause of forgiveness among the genocide survivors and the genocide perpetrators. What pushed them to forgive people who killed either the loved ones, and what pushed the genocide perpetrators to ask for pardon. It's especially me as a genocide survivor and the filmmaker as well. I really wanted to tell the world this story because we have lost our parents, we have lost our relatives, but to me, for instance, I have forgiven people who killed my father and many other relatives. But it's a different story to other people. For instance, my sisters and the many other relatives. And when you talk to them, it looks like they haven't forgiven people who killed our relatives. You see?
And can I just, I just wanted to ask, and thank you for that very eloquent insight. I think this is an incredible film that needs to get made. But Danon, you wanted to share something, so please go ahead.
Yes, to add more as a social entrepreneur, business and a filmmaker, I participated in the script development, analysis, and what we have found to collaborate on a story like this with Love Dish, we found that there are internal human dynamics to forgiveness, to look for pardon, especially when it comes of the case in Rwanda, where the 94 genocide against the Tutsis happened, where you have orphans, you have perpetrators, you have at least a context of many things. And I guess to bring this investigative story that we think, together with Labdish, with the participation of the world together to bring this story to its made, to its pre-production, production, and post-production, as also we think the well-being of the film, the characters in the story, they have a different perception. So we have thought how we can bring now the social enterprise activities, like if they have beekeeping, if they can have like cattle together, if they can go with the home-based.
It's quite an end-to-end solution. And I, watched your trailer very carefully, and you talked about process.
Yes.
Said when it comes to forgiveness, there's a process. I want
this
to
is what
explore that a bit, that process, and obviously that would be explored in the movie because we've got the trailer. And I just want to take a couple of minutes while you have a thought about talking about the process. I also want to examine, while we've got time, some of the barriers to filmmaking in Rwanda, given it's COVID. And obviously I liaise with filmmaking units out in Bangladesh, and, like the investment that's needed to come in and have world documentaries be funded has taken a real hit. But before we go back to the process, I think I want to make it very clear and remind everyone that Roots of Forgiveness is a trailer concept. All of the planning has been done. But let's be realistic. To see this film come to life, it needs funding. And we have started to see some approaches from certain people in Hollywood. There was an announcement recently. Ryan Gosling, for example, a very famous actor, is using his own salary to fund filmmaking from diverse talent. And let's talk about this. But this film, if there's no funding, especially under COVID, it's not going to get made. And there's such a story. So I just wanted to remind the audience, that's why we are patching in live, because Love Desh will support you as much as we can all the way. I know the Hate2Love Collective team as well are very passionate to see this film. And so handing back to you now, this process, and obviously we don't want you to give away too much. And I really think people in UK, EU, Europe, everywhere could do well from learning from countries who have suffered extreme hardship, often nothing to do with, the fault of the everyday people. I hear it all the time from Bangladeshis. This is what we do. This is what we used to. What can we do? We just find ways. There's nobody coming to rescue us. The Rwandans people, and it shows your nobility, have rescued slowly themselves. That process, if you could just give some slight insight, I'd really welcome that.
Can you repeat again?
The process.
The network was.
Yeah, the process. Could you talk about the process in the movie, the trailer, the process of forgiveness?
Yes, as Denon, I can say that the process of forgiveness. First of all, we can talk about reconciliation and unity. This is what This is what literally what is it to see like in a mass of a country like such event happened. But if it is not, this kind of sacrifice is what I say inside, internal sacrifice, exploring that anger inside you. Because when I offend you, it's like whatever after, I still facing this. I still facing your presence. I still facing the machete on me. I still facing whatever you did on me. So this can't let you go on. But inside you, it is like that's something we needed to understand. What is inside a survivor to say that I have forgiven? Some you say that God helped me.
It's still a struggle, right?
You see, someone say God helped me.
God helped.
Is it forgiveness as a talent? Is it forgiveness as a grace? Is it what? So what a psychologist is going to talk about this. This comes to science. Okay? What is the religion is going to talk about? Okay? What is the non-believers are going to talk about? Okay?
And
what we have found, people say, until now, even the forgiver can tell you how to happen. He says that I have forgiven. I have forgiven. I have been forgiven. I beg for pardon. Okay, so the process, what you want to see is those internal dynamics that will be explored by scientists, by whomever, by experts in human psychology to explore all these internal dynamics to forgiveness and look for pardon. So what we will find in the movie, it's what we will bring around the communities so that this movie may help the process in other communities and other people who are facing the steps towards forgiveness. This is my insight.
And then something that I wanted to add, it's not that we are going to not only to involve the genocide survivors and the genocide perpetrators. We have those who spent years in jail and now they're out. We have those who are still in jail, who have not confessed the crimes that they committed during the genocide. We want to bring all those stories. We are also to involve therapists, mental health experts, and peacekeepers to share the ideas on the roots of forgiveness that took place.
Which is quite a journey. And, I'm conscious of time and we could be here much more. I wish we had more time. And in fact, I'm thinking we should do a dedicated session to really explore and do a dedicated webinar between Love Desh and the Roots of Project's filmmaking unit. My one question, and by the way, everyone, just a reminder that Danon and Gilbert will be joining us in the live cast and crew questions and answers session after this show ends. So if you have any questions for them, please send them through to Tony, who is actually your audience compere looking after you this evening. But my now question is, I've always wanted to know this. And again, my perspective is interesting when I go, and I wanted to share this and wrap it up. Lovedash is fighting poverty porn. And we say porn by that. It means an excess. It means a gratuitous. It's a, it's just a grotesque and gross, extreme way of getting satisfaction at someone else's misery, and then using their circumstances to obviously portray yourself as some kind of savior. When I've been to Bangladesh, what really hurts me, and I hope that if Nathan, our wonderful tech, is getting ready to line up with the T-shirt that we've created and designed specifically on limited edition, so that when it gets sold, we can try and get this T-shirt funded. But what the Bangladeshis tell me, and tell me if this happens in Rwanda, is that they say to me sometimes, we're so fed up with people coming into our country. They take all their cameras out, they point it into our faces. They're always foreign. They come in their big cars, and then we don't hear anything. And that's a very different dynamic, because they all come with their foreign film crew, and they'll have local scouts, fixers. I think what's incredible is your story needs to be heard even more, because as Rwandans, you're talking to your fellow Rwandans. And I find that when I speak to my Bangladeshis, and you saw Hidul, in fact, when I called him, who's lying in bed, they're so very comfortable. When you were interviewing, the brave, incredible, tragic stories of, the ladies, how did they respond to you as filmmakers, but also survivors?
So I didn't catch you well. The network.
How did the Rwandan women in the trailer, how did they respond to you as, so bear with us everyone, because we have a bit of a lag. How did they respond to you as the filmmakers who are also survivors? The people in the film, when they talk to you, do you find it's a different dynamic as a filmmaker, something that people in UK and USA could never do, because you are Rwandan? What's that like when you point the camera at someone and ask them, tell us about your feelings? How do they find?
So, actually, it wasn't easy, right? It wasn't easy because we had to go there, talk to them, and they return to Kigali. So most of them they live in the remote areas of Rwanda. So we went there, we talked to them, and then the first time that the 100 Pixels crew went there, they were not interested, and then we spent like 5 months. We came back to Kigali, and then we talked to people who are in connection with them. Then they talked to them. They introduced us to the characters that we involved in the trailer. And then after 5 months, we had to go back to see them. So we talked to them. We explained to them the purpose of the making of the films, and then they were interested, but still they weren't really willing to give the inner story. So we have to wait, and then because there's something that I have seen, I do not know if it's because that we are from here or we share story. And then the next time when we went there, then they opened to us, and then we were able to film them, promising them that we would make a big film. And then maybe, who knows, that something good, something like this would happen, and then either help them or everyone in general.
And thank you so much. And Danon, please. Yes, you wanted to say.
In a short, making a film is like it has to look like, first of all, it starts with the privacy. And when it comes to talk about what happened, genocide, it's not like wounds of the genocide, it's showing on your body, talking that you've been in a jail because of killing. This comes much more privacy. So people in that, they need to be convinced. So and then you say that once you talk, once you open to you, it is also a self-therapy, because when you speak out, it's a self-therapy. And what you're experiencing, like a medicine or a drug to people, because you experience, people needs it to survive, to learn a way. So this is also was the technical thing, to feel that giving themselves to the filmmaking is going, first of all, to be a kind of help to them, a therapy, feeling like comfortable, okay? And later they are going to help people to overcome all they are facing. Because my experience as a survivor or as a perpetrator, this may help. It's a process. You know, we get from experience, we lead it the better we can. That's why we did like even your cause to talk about Hate2Love Collective. This is what is important. We live in a world where whatever can happen. Okay, we can't, like, this is not heaven. I just like to tell you, everything may happen tomorrow, but what is important is, you wounded me, but I feel that I can be me, because I'm a unit. Okay, so once it comes to feel that I'm me positively, I come to you, or you learn to me, because always the better we want to be, it's learn from us. So we are in the world where we expect good and bad. So I guess this is how we have come up to convince people, and then this is how we feel comfortable. If the world come together from the Love Dish in a collaborative with 100 pixels, and then make this movie, whatever, we are facing COVID, but if people stand to work with us, we can bring the story to the world. We can bring the story.
I think it can be done with persistence, and you know what? You've certainly got me behind you. I cannot begin to tell you. It's my absolute pride and privilege to know you, to have you to come and talk about, you know, your incredible insight, but also your talent as filmmaking. And you know, we are slowly going to have to wrap it up there, because I keep saying, please send in your questions to Gilbert and to Danon, and know that there is a filmmaking arm to Hate2Love. And somebody's already asked, by the way, what started off Hate2Love Collective. So do you see? Hate2Love Collective. Collective is another way of saying family, but, you know, we all go from hate ultimately to love, but you have to explore aspects of that hate before you can love or forgive. So right. I think your film is absolutely incredible. You've joined us and given us a lot of thinking, a lot of wisdom. You have a lot to teach people in the richest nations, my friends. You know, we will do everything we can, because I think it's time to hand back, especially on the day that Martin Luther King gave his I Have a Dream speech. I want everyone to stay inspired. We've got, obviously, returning to the show now, some amazing more performances from not just Black creatives, spoken poetry. We've got a little bit more lighthearted theatre, but just really briefly, in 10 seconds from both of you, if there's one thing that we can do to help Roots of Forgiveness, what message do you have? I'm going to keep it quite short, so before we say goodbye, over to you, Gilbert.
The message that we have to the world is that we want to tell this story, so that the story can be a medicine or a cure to other countries, to people who are experiencing hatred, you know, to war-like countries, and then people who are going through the same thing that we went through during the genocide. We want to tell this story to those people so that it can be a remedy to everyone, to those people who are facing the thing that the same atrocity that we faced during the genocide.
Thank you. And I should say that we're also talking to a filmmaker out in Bangladesh. Just to wrap it up, yes, Danon.
I guess what is important now, what I can tell to the world is, we are celebrating Martin King. We are celebrating Malcolm X. Okay, they have given us a legacy. Okay, but we still struggling after years with all these making these movies. So I guess the legacy we can give to the world with Love Dish and around the world, if the world join us with Love Dish, they join us to produce this movie. We say that to produce this film, whomever around the world, from UK, US, Africa, whomever ready to support this story is going to bring a cure to the future generations who will be facing post-conflict issues as the world is facing that. We are no longer facing love. We are facing the opposite of love, the negativity.
Thank you
So much.
And there's something that I wanted to add. This is it's a community transforming story that is going to impact communities around the world. So let's work together. Let's work together to tell this story to transform communities around the world.
So it is a fee tip. It is a fee poverty. It is a fee poverty T-shirt.
Yeah,
buying it from Beshuar, buying it is supporting this cause, is making it happen.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm going to get a signal here. Just if we can have the. Did we send the T-shirt image to Nathan? But if not, we will certainly share it. Hopefully, in maybe the Q&As. But if you go to the Love Dish website and you keep talking to us, there is a dedicated T-shirt that will be marked very clearly to fund the Roots of Forgiveness, limited edition until the 24th of April 2021. So please, and if you can't, please share. But for now, I'm going to say adieu. And one more thing, by the way, Roots of Forgiveness didn't highlight the positivity and the, like you said, the amazing, and now apparently it's up on the background on YouTube. Some of the designs of the T-shirt. These are on pre-order, and just to remind you, Roots of Forgiveness does not only explore forgiveness, but again looking at the future. And this is where Love Dish is very excited, because we want to see enterprise be built by the hands, for the hands, you know, and built by, you know, our brothers and sisters in Africa and Asia, because they have the talent. We just need to help facilitate that, and that's our job. It's our job as entrepreneurs abroad to help facilitate that and give the power. So thank you so much. Okay, and I've been being told by our amazing Amelia that the we'll be bringing back some of the images of the T-shirt later. But for now, live from Rwanda, it's Gilbert, and of course it's Danon. Thank you so much, and have a restful evening, and we'll catch you in the live Q&As. Okay, I'm now going to hand back to our compere, Amelia. Thank you so much, and you take care, Gilbert and Danon. It's a pleasure, and I'll be talking to you soon. Let's get that film made. Let's get it to Hollywood. Take care. Bye.
Fantastic. Now we are going to kick off with the lovely podcast. Today we have in the amazing Claire. She is going to join us today. So I'm going to hand over to Claire, because she's going to tell us about her wonderful story of awakening. Over to Claire. Hello, Claire. Are you there? Well done. Hello and welcome.
Hello to everyone. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Claire. I only recently moved to Hedlage City, and I really enjoy it. I'm currently working in a luxury store. I can't say the name, but when you think about the biggest one, that's where am I. Actually, I used to like my job. I mean, it's cool to be surrounded by stuff that makes you feel great and look good. Not so great are my colleagues. I mean, they're all right, but can be quite superficial, sometimes mean, but not with me, so whatever. Also, let me say my boss is meh. I remember when I started, he gave us 3 rules. If they walk in their designed clothes, talk to them, make them feel welcome. If they come in with a lot of bags, that means they want to buy more. And if they're black, watch them, because they're probably gonna steal. Anyways, I never listened to my boss as much as my colleagues. There was that time when this beautiful black woman asked to see the most exclusive bag, and my colleague was like, sorry, no, this bag costs £80,000, but no worries, I'll try to find something in your price range. The woman just smiled, took her card and said, honey, I have enough to buy 100 of this. Swipe me up. I kid you not. She is the 2nd richest person from Uganda. We Googled her. This is hilarious. And stuff like that happens a lot, let me tell you. Speaking of hilarious, well, I have to say I have a great friend, Mark. Yes, the big star, Mark Fisher, woohoo! So I was at the press night after party because he did an amazing show and everyone was drinking, talking, boring, to be honest. And I was standing in the corner wondering why Mark takes always so long to come out. And then I heard it, a wonderful voice singing my favorite song. I just called to say I love you. There was so much joy and energy and passion. I had to find the source. And then I saw him, Daniel, in his 30s, deep eyes, tall, charming, handsome. And he turned around, looked at me in the eyes and told me, Miss, can I help you? I realized I was staring. And I was like, no, really, I'm just enjoying the show. And he smiled, priceless. My heart kind of stopped. I realized then that he was wearing the front of house uniform. And what can I say? We instantly clicked. And from the moment I knew I had to have him in my life. Long story short, Daniel and I are becoming great friends. Every time we catch up, I discover new things about him. The other day, for example, he tried to explain me a bit about his biomedical engineer studies. Mind blowing. He's one of those people that has the potential to change the world. I'm telling you guys, so inspiring. And it's always so inspiring to be around him. But not so inspiring was what happened when he came to collect me from work the other day. To be honest, that day was weird. My colleagues were weird. And if I could go back now, I would have said something. But I didn't. Then we went to the cafe that day and we had an amazing afternoon as usual, talking, laughing. And then he became really serious and said something that will stay with me forever. Have you ever noticed that in your shop there are no Black people working at your position? They're mainly stuck at the security. Have you ever wondered why? To be honest, I wasn't ready to have that conversation. I guess we never are. And I just didn't know what to say. I just felt offended because I felt attacked and he noticed that. So he tried to calm me down and said something like, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. I just want to present your situation that you probably didn't even consider before, and it's not your fault. I'm just asking you to have an open mind. So I decided to listen to him carefully, and oh my God, that was the most difficult conversation we've ever had. But it was necessary. I mean, after that conversation about institutional racism, white fragility, structural racism, I mean, I am not the same. How could I not acknowledge white privilege? In the past, I was the first to say Black people are not slaves anymore, so who cares? And now, after doing my searches, I can definitely say the subtle racism and discrimination is all around us, especially observing during my shifts what happens, which is considered normal. That's probably one of the reasons why our society is messed up. Looking back now, I kind of feel ashamed of who I was, but excited for the journey of self-discovery I'm currently on. Believe me, these conversations are never easy, but it's important to make them because I think education is really the only answer. My friends think I'm crazy and they keep saying that I need a holiday, but who knows, maybe I need a new life. I am so grateful to have met Daniel because he changed me so deeply. Oh, and guys, did I mention where he comes from? Caribbean island, here I come. He comes from Turks and Caicos. Isn't it amazing? And you know what? I don't care. But it upsets me to know that I was raised to care. Actually, I hope to go with him very soon. I don't know, there is something in him, a light. Also in his voice, there is more art than in any posh show made for posh people. And when he sings, all the world sings with him. And I guess I see in him the reflection of who I like to be. So, folks, what I want to tell you is this. If you're going through something similar, I want you to know that there will be a lot of people out there that will call you crazy. But please just know that you're not. You just met someone that is helping you to see the truth, to explore the truth. And then you'll never be the same again. Thank you so much. I suggest you all to do your research because this journey is amazing. And we all need to acknowledge that. Thank you for listening to me. Back to you, Pauline.
Lovely. And it is my absolute pleasure to introduce That's My Opinion, my apologies. That's My Opinion, a piece written and performed by Dean Fletcher and Yasmin Chowdhury.
Top of this evening's news stories concerns the growing crisis involving Ed Garner, the controversial Our Nation candidate for Heathledge South, who is being billed as one to watch by political pundits and elders in his party. A few hours earlier, Mr. Garner was lambasted by LGBTQ communities across the UK for his recent car crash interview, in which he called this community LBW, or whatever they call themselves, during a heated local hustings, and followed up with saying all lives matter. Here's the clip.
Well, LBW or whatever they call themselves, well, it's all well and good, but I know many of you want me to talk about all lives matters.
With just a few months until the national elections in December 2020, and with Our Nation party government having already cut £5 million of funding from gay charities and a manifesto that pledges be free, be fair, Ed is fighting to stay ahead of his political opponents. At the hustings, many audience members walked out in disgust. Here's what some of the audience members had to say.
I heard him, and my blood boiled, so I stood up and shouted, "You racist homophobe," and left.
Listen, I'm black, British and proud, and as far as I'm concerned, whatever happens to freedom of expression,
no, of course,
allowing a person to, room
Look,
to
we go
grow.
back way
like, what's the big deal here, really? Okay, the man slipped up, he said some wrong letters. Like, let's get a grip, people. There's more important things in the world to worry about. Come on, Ed. Like, be better, yeah? So is it be free and be fair? That's the slogan, isn't it? Yeah, so how about we all just be free and be fair, innit?
As the CEO of Arise, we are just
well, of course I was
fed
going
up
to be, you know,
of
if you get
pestering
first, you're going to be the
politicians
first
from
to get
all
alive.
parties claiming to fight for gay rights, making all the false promises in their manifesto pledges. Yet again and again, under pressure, they soon reveal the true homophobia that exists at the highest levels in society. Highlighting
I told
why
him
our
not to go
community
for
will
the,
continue to suffer
apparently
until
he handed it over
political
to one of his
candidates
assistants or someone who just
such
like got the
as
wrong
Edward Garner
internet or something.
get educated first,
Yeah.
rather than elected.
No, I know it was a
now.
crisis. I know we are.
Had this to say.
I'm going to be speaking to Dr.
Mina,
Ed's already due to be meeting with gay community leaders tomorrow, as well as the Prime Minister, and of course it remains to be said that he's deeply sorry if by saying all lives matters he offended anyone. He had and has no intention to detract from Black Lives Matters. He's very well aware also of the term LGBTQ and wanted me to share that he'd actually taken
Did you see that bullshit, Mina? The media, they were fucking hounding me.
And all we can say is that, politicians
it's going to
are
affect the polls. You know that, right? I've definitely lost the
occasion
vote of the
we
LBW
everyone,
community.
Let's look past this minor
Ed,
enemy. Let's focus on the real issues that's at the heart.
For the 50th
of our
time,
Heath
you've done
Ledger
media training on
community,
this.
The fight on drugs,
Okay?
violence and
It's
knife
not
crime.
LGBTW,
That's what our
it's
nation is focusing
LGBTQ.
on. That's what Ed.
What?
That's what he's focusing
Got
on.
so much
day
work
in,
to do,
day out.
Ed. Like you've just shot through.
In other
I think
news,
you've been drinking.
scientists at
Yeah.
NASA has spotted a small
What are
asteroid.
you talking? LBW, LBQ? I don't give a fuck. They can all fuck themselves. You know what? And that Liliana Bianchi, who the fuck does she think she is, huh?
Community
How
leader.
dare she say I'm not educated? I've got a first-class degree in English literature from Cambridge University. What has she got apart from pizza and pasta?
The entire community following her. Okay, it's quite serious, Ed. What's happened? Look, I think you've been drinking. I'm exhausted, Ed. Yeah, I've been handling calls. Oh, look, there's another one, right? Just give me a second. Hello? Yeah, no. I'm so sorry.
Mina,
No.
this is important. Please stay on the phone.
Just 1 second.
Listen.
You know what? Ed, I'm just going to mute you for a second. Hang on. Can I just call you back? Okay. Yeah, definitely. You will get the press release. Yeah, we've got a statement. Absolutely. I'm more than happy to give a live, in fact, I'm going to get Ed. Yeah, no, he's back now. Okay. I'll sort something out. Well, let me call you back. Bye. Right.
Mina, don't fucking do that again, all right? You can see I'm in a fucking state. Look, you know how hard I've tried, yeah? You know how hard I've tried. I've really tried to understand, yeah? I don't understand why they're doing this to me.
They understand. Okay, Ed. Right, let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, let's get it off. Okay, come on. This is what we do. Yeah, get it off your chest and tell me. Finally, go on, because it's already a shambles. I'm going to be up all night. Get it off your chest and tell me what you really think about homosexuality. Go on.
Why would any man want to have another man's penis in their hand, let alone their mouth? Yeah.
We've been through this, Ed. What is it you don't understand?
Why would any man want to have another man's penis in their hand, let alone their mouth?
Ed, why would that affect you anyway? Hey, it's like, it's what they enjoy. That's all that matters.
Mina, it goes against our nature.
Yeah.
We are put on this earth to reproduce. We are like animals.
Ed, like the majority of animals, like we have sex for pleasure, right? Okay, let's talk this on. Let's break it down. When you sleep and you're fucking your wife, is that because you want to have a baby every time you have sex?
Oh, please.
Do you?
Of course not. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, you don't see two male lions fucking each other in the arse now, do you? No.
Ed, I don't actually go looking for two lions to be doing exactly that, all right? And do you know what? I actually watched a documentary. I did. And you know what? I think I'm going to get you to sit down. When the elections are over, we're going to sit down and watch it together. Did you know there's a number of animals that have, are into same sex? Yeah? Like, hang on, it was some documentary on BBC. It was like, there's some Japanese monkeys called makakis, and then red flower beetles. That's it. And wait for it. Oh my God. Wait, Ed. Fruit flies.
Oh, fucking hell. They sound like messed up animals. They really do. And that is what being homosexual is. It's a mental illness. No, I read this article online about it.
Article. Ed, we've talked about this, right? Listen to me. I've told you, please do not go and do your research by yourself. I'm your campaign director. What article? Where did you read it? What's
Lena,
the source?
It came from our party, ournation.com.
It
came from this, yes? And you know what? It made so much sense. It said the reason someone becomes gay is because they've had something traumatic happen to them in their life.
Ed, not all forums are affiliated with us, okay? Just because somebody calls themselves Our Nation's, you know, be free, be fair, my brain can't even think. All I can say, Ed, I don't know what you're on. I'm really worried, okay? I mean, you know, you haven't said the source. Where is this source? No, you know what? I'm going to make a note. Oh, we need to get this down. What's the source, Ed? Where did you see it?
Ournation.com. Our lives matter. This Our Nation.
Ed, I think you were drinking because there's no way, because I sign off on all articles, okay? So it's not, you know, it's one of those dodgy ones called Our Nation Lives.
Whatever, but what it said was, it said if you experience trauma, there's more chance of becoming gay. And that makes so much sense to me.
Well, do you know what? I don't know what to say, okay? Because guess what? Trauma happens to me, Ed. Trauma happens to me. But does that mean I'm gay? Does that make me a lesbian? And you should know, especially given my upbringing, you know, I'm a family friend. So we can go there. What are you doing? What are you talking about? Yeah? Everyone has a traumatic episode in their life. I'm so exhausted. Oh, God. You're born homosexual. People are born homosexual.
For goodness sake, that is such bullshit, Lena. You're not born gay. You can't be fucking born gay. When a baby is born, it doesn't pop out of his mother and it's gay. Oh, I'm a gay baby. No, it's not. We don't have gay babies our us, do we, Mina? Fucking hell.
Edward Garner, that must be the most fucking stupidest thing I've ever heard you say. Seriously. Babies are us. Gay babies are us. I can't believe it. You know what? You need to get to bed. You've got an early start tomorrow. I'm already sorting out and having to revise your entire schedule.
Lena,
what?
You may be my campaign director for now, yeah? Mm-hmm. But remember, I am due to be elected MP for the Our Nation Party, yeah? Voted for by the people, Mina. I can get rid of you and replace you as quick as snapping my fingers, okay?
Ed, I'm just saying, what happened earlier this evening potentially could cost the entire election campaign, your career, mine as well, okay? And let's not forget, Ed, who's bankrolling this? Come on, who's bankrolling this? Who asked me to come and be your campaign director? Your father.
Oh, I know. I do hate it when you're right.
Yeah. I did this, and you're quite well, fine, you know. But I'm only looking out for you, Ed.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for my outburst there. Okay. Look, all I'm trying to say is that there are hundreds of thousands of homosexuals that need our help.
Yeah. Good. We've had a breakthrough. Brilliant.
Exactly.
Right, so I knew it, right? Like all that. Oh God.
Exactly, Mina. So what we need to
so
do?
Like worried there.
We need to do something. So maybe
we've done good. Yeah. Okay. Maybe, I'm listening.
Maybe. We could do an experiment.
Okay.
100 homosexuals.
Hang on. Yeah.
50 males, 50 females, and we can send them to pioneering therapy, and we see if they come out the other side normal. Oh, wait, Dad is good mates with Dr. Jenkins at the Heath Ledger South practice. Apparently, there's some hot new black therapist that's joined there, we can send them there. But Mina, you know what makes me really angry? When I see a gay couple with a child.
Why? Why?
How can that child possibly be raised without a mother or a father? How can two men possibly raise a child better than a mother and a father together?
Ed, it shouldn't really matter what the gender is of someone who's raising a child who needs a loving home, okay? Who needs love and attention. As long as that child is raised with love and care, that's all that should matter. But you know what, Ed? It's really late. I'm so exhausted.
They can't, Mina. That is the answer. They can't.
They can.
If people are gay, they shouldn't be allowed to have a child. You wouldn't let a person with schizophrenia raise a child now, would you?
What? Wait, did I just hear you compare a child, homosexuality, and schizophrenia in one sentence? Oh my God, how much have you drunk? Did you? I can't,
You know what, Mina?
What?
You know what's even worse than being gay?
I think it's been having my job.
It's these men that are turning themselves into women. And then these women that are turning themselves into men. Now that, Mina, that is a fucking mental illness.
Seriously. We're now talking about the transgender community. Are you talking about? That's who you're talking about. Oh my God, I've got another phone call coming in.
Oh man, it's not fucking rocket science.
Ed, sorry, hang on, I've really got to go. Sorry, I can't take this call. Ed, sex and gender are two different things, okay? Secondly, no, it's not, like rocket science. It's something way more complicated. We wouldn't understand, Ed. Well, I mean, look at you. Look where you come from. Unless you're born homosexual or, transgender, we're never going to understand it. We have been through this. So you know what? I'm going to get you another refresher. No, it's not refresher. It's going to be an intense weekend media training course, okay? So I'm going to clear your schedule and we're going to go through this again. I have to.
Blah, blah, media
My
training.
reputation is on the line and I've got Dr. Liliana on my case, right?
Nina,
and all media calling non-stop, Ed.
Blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, Mina, if somebody wants me to call them a woman when they have a cock between their legs, they are stupid.
To be honest, Ed, I don't think they want you to be calling them anything.
Gays, lesbians, lady men,
transgender,
blah, blah, trans, whatever, I don't care. Look, whatever you want to call them, Mina, we need to help them. They need to start being good humans and to reproduce like the rest of us.
Have you finished? Ed, listen to me. Come here. Ed, come here. Come on. This is what you get like, okay? Election is only a couple of months away, right? I need you to take a deep breath. Whoosh. Like that. Yeah? It's your favorite film, Men in Black. Right. Now, Ed, listen to me very carefully. And I don't want you to talk about this to anyone, not your brother, not your wife, not your mother, not your father, nobody, not even to yourself. Ed, don't ever repeat whatever you've just said to me, to anyone, because if it ever gets out, Ed, your career is over. Stop it. So do you know what I want you to do? This is what we're going to do. You need a shower. You need to get ready, crisp. Tomorrow we're meeting the PM and then you are going to host a local community press conference and you're going to apologise to the community LGBTQ leaders, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that Dr. Liliana recedes from her attack. Now, can you do that for me, Ed, for the love of God? Because look at the time, right? I have to work through the night.
Okay. All right, Mina. All right. Okay. I trust you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm going to go to bed.
And can you sort out your internet, please, for the love of God, okay? I can't, I know you're in your spare flat, wherever, but really, just I can't, right? So go to bed now, okay?
I love you. I love you, Mina.
Okay, thank you.
How do I turn this off?
And we've been through this, okay? You need to press the button that says, like end. It says end or leave the meeting, yeah? Sarah, did you get that? You see how I look after myself? I know the lengths I had to go to pretend that I had calls coming in. Yeah, I've got this. Trust me, I've got this.
All right, and now I am truly excited to announce another wonderful monologue by Amelia Parion. Enjoy.
Do you see me? What do you see when you look at me? When I look in the mirror, I see me. I see versions of me. I see the fun me, the playful me, the joyful me, the creative version of me. I see the scared me, the hiding me, the soul hurt too many times, gaslighted to the point of madness, manipulated into being just angry versions of me. I see a reason to be angry because I see the little girl who cried, overwhelmed, unable to articulate the feelings of seeing the muses in Disney's Hercules for the first time on big screen. And I realize now it's because it was the first time she'd ever seen herself represented positively. And it felt so good. I see the little girl reading the bottle of bleach, trying to figure out if she could wash her face with it to make sure she's actually clean. I see the little girl afraid to ask questions, afraid to stand up, and afraid to own her voice. I see the adult reflecting the little girl, her pain, her confusion, and how it manifested over time into anger. I see my boss telling my 20-year-old self that my full-length fitted skirt was inappropriate for the office because it, quote, exposed my curves. Yet while he is talking, I see Hannah walk through the office, tits high, happy, and practically waving hello. I catch up with Hannah at lunch to find out if she was told anything about her outfit. And the only thing she was told is that she looked good. That was the first of many instances that began to paint a picture and tell a story of how I was seen in the world. And I started to realize that society states that my body is not my own, not just as a woman, but also as a Black woman. These instances and incidents included things like my colleagues touching my hair because it just looked so soft, eating my food because it smelled interesting but looked foreign, poking my ass because of course it couldn't be real, licking my shoulder to confirm that I didn't taste like chocolate. Clearly, a lot more work needs to be done around consent. But due to these instances and many others like it, because unfortunately this was not just limited to my workplace, I had to develop tools to help me navigate the subtle and not so subtle maze of harassment, sexualization, and discrimination. I have had the pleasure, really, of dating many different people from different races, ethnicities, religions, and cultures, both romantically and as friends. And I have been called everything from colored to kafir to golu, all while I should just sit there and smile, too traumatized to talk, too scared to speak, and too lost to move. I live in a space where I am constantly told, you don't sound the way you look. Oh my God, you are so eloquent. Your name doesn't match your face. Darling, I really do need you to stay out of the sun this summer because you really are more marketable as a mocha brown rather than burnt toast. Like, I'm trying to get you jobs, but I can only do so much. I shouldn't laugh. But that last one always gets me because that was my first agent. And that's just some of what I've been told, some of what I've experienced. And I know some of what I've said may make you uncomfortable. So I'd like you to just take a moment and sit in that space and think. If it's been uncomfortable for you to hear it, what was it like to live it? A little empathy, a little openness, and a lot of love goes a really long way. Now, I had to re-educate myself on how to operate in the world. I had to learn to close my eyes and to shut out the world and to get back to me, knowing me, seeing me, owning me, all of me. And yes, I have experienced some horrendous things. But to quote one of my personal queens, Maya Angelou, you may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes. You may kill me with your hatefulness. But still, like air, I rise. And I will continue to rise. I've been blessed with so much greatness, goodness, and richness. I'm at a point where I can see through the pain and into the light of my life. And what do I see? I see joy. I see laughter. I see fun times and great food with fabulous friends of all different races, ethnicities, nationalities, and cultures from all over the world, living, loving, and growing together. I am blessed to say when I look in the mirror, I see that I am living life in full breathing color. And I'd like you to join me. We're always open. Lovely, lovely. And now we have a fabulous offering from Carlisle Jonell, and he's gonna present to us a lovely spoken word piece. And I'm hoping that you will enjoy as much as I did.
Hello, my name is Carlisle Jonell, and this piece is called Step Up and Arise. My name's Carlisle Muirhead. I used to work in a school. I go church, praise God, serve God, and I stand tall. 12 stone 5'8", size 8, work out the math though, let's go further backtrack to the days of old. Humble beginnings in Hackney till I was 8. I was outside the block until 8:15. Corned beef and rice fried with onions on a plate, no fancy dinner plates, but it still tastes great. Then I moved on to SX, Ilford Town Centre, shopping at Next. Ayo, I knew I had a destiny still, but I never had to bore no Joes or Jills. If Batman was a score, then my score is nil. In order to achieve, I had to exercise will. At the age of 14, I got brave. Rave days and Screwface was all that got played. So many friends of friends got stabbed or got sprayed. Gifts behind bars, talents buried in graves. Then one night I found the life in Christ was bright, so I tried a bite and sanctified was I. But life never changed without stress. I still had to undergo the test of process. At 16, I landed my first job. For £1 an hour, I cleaned shelves and mopped. If I worked for 10 hours, I got paid £10. And if I worked for 20 hours, I got paid £20. And if I worked for 1 hour, then I got paid £1. And I was a hard worker, as absurd as it sounds. Then I moved on to M&S, cleaned with big machines and scooped up shop mess. Early morning starts was the price, and straight off to college for knowledge with tired eyes. Mondays to Sunday, that's every day. Life became work, work became long, especially on the rainy days. I never had the confidence to go on to Tesco, Sainsbury's or a sports shop up in London. I had a gift I used to sing, but at the time that only used to hide the insecurities I had within. I never thought that I would win this battle to become me, become myself, this person I was meant to be. Then I moved on from high school, I'm doing my A-levels, got myself a girlfriend, yeah, and I was making bare friends. I thought I was down, playing a class clown, feeling like a DON, girl screaming, "Can't I sing for me again?" That was me then with my girlfriend. I thought I was top then, but wasn't even hot then. Grades was not priority then. All that was important was being one of the mans them. Making mans laugh on the common room sofa, just to hear them tell me, "Kala, you're a joker." Then I realized this was a reality. I couldn't put this audience on my CV. They couldn't be my referees, my experience, or my grades A, B's or C's. When everyone left to go to university, the only one left standing in these shoes was me. Then I had to aim, I get deeper, take responsibility for my own worst enemy, me. I was battling self-confidence issues. It's like making my own scar tissue. But now it's dead, done, yeah, and I ain't gonna miss it. Sit down, get under my foot and I'll even kiss it. Good night, don't wake, just lie. If you try to fight back, then I won't be that friendly guy. It's time for me to step up and arise. It's time for me to reverse those lies. They say, "Kalai, you're just one of those guys." You'll only ever be just one of those guys. You never pass a test or learn how to drive. You never lose weight, so you may as well cry. You never succeed or be a big achiever. You never work for Tesco and become a team leader. You never move on and pursue to be a teacher. You never clear your overdraft. Money will defeat you. You never have a nice life with a great wife and some great kids wearing nice Nikes. So you may as well get spiked, get drunk, take drugs, get high, curl up in the corner and die. But Kalai wasn't one of those guys. I still refuse to be one of those guys. And I refuse to believe those lies. And so I choose not to meet my demise. And so I ain't gonna stop not. And no, I ain't gonna drop till the queen grows dreadlocks. And I don't plan to flop not. I fulfill my potential and purpose cause God rocks. This was somewhat of a summary of me. It's just the beginning and I give God the glory. There's so much more to me. A family, your wife, and my marriage is a ministry. This was just a brief history. I've come to this point and now the rest is not a mystery. Now I found my identity. Jesus Christ is in me and I have the victory.
Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Now we are gonna go live and we're bringing you Mr. Icy Jones all the way from, I think, North London. I always forget where, but he is a Jamaican comedian and he is here to lighten the mood and keep it pushing with some funnies for the rest of the evening. Thank you very much. Janelle, are you here? Icy? I see. There you go, my darling.
Hi. How's everybody? Oh, I look sexy, so melanated. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody's good. Yes, I did come prepared with a microphone with no feedback and all sorts. So yes, guys, I am Icy Jones. I am a comedian. I've been a comedian for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So let's go. Like, I'm talking about cultures, guys. I am Jamaican, believe it or not. Don't be fooled by the accent. The accent is literally Jamaican. It will get Jamaican more and more as you hear me talk about my experiences as well. I'm telling you the truth, people. I was not born in Jamaica. I was born in a woman that was born in Jamaica, born and bred. You understand? So you know what I'm saying. So that's how it goes. So let's just start here now. Now, I literally am born from a woman from Jamaica. So I'm going to tell you about my experiences from a woman that's, you know, born in Jamaica and raising an English child at the same time. So don't you just hate it when your parents ask you to do something at the last minute? I hate it when your parents ask you to do something at the last minute. I remember when I was living with my mother, I was chilling in the front room doing nothing. I get a phone call from the man them. It goes like this. Yo, Icy Bros, what are you saying, man? Don't judge me. I got Indian friends. Yo, Icy, you are coming out tonight. I says, nah, fam. Bumper clattings, man. You need to come out tonight. I said, why? Listen to me, bravs. We are going to get some punani, and you're a token black man. I said, punani? What are you talking about? Listen to me. We are going to go to a strip club. Strip club? What's the name of the strip club? I think it's called Chocolate City or something like this. Now, Chocolate City is one of those big, bad strip clubs. And I did not know what it was about until those guys took me there. But I ain't going to tell you that part of the story. I'm going to tell you what really happened with my mother. So before I go into the shower, I go into the kitchen and I ask my mother, Mom, do you need anything? She says, no, son. Me all right. The food nearly done cook. See the Jamaican there? So I go into the shower. 30 minutes later, I'm dressed. I'm ready. I'm dark and lovely like the shampoo. I get my car keys. I open the door. Touch the front door. I hear my name, Aaron! That's my government name, by the way. Come here! So I run into the kitchen. I asked my mother. I said, Mum, what's going on? She said, oh, you're not doing nothing. What? Go to the shop and buy me 2 onion, tomato, cheese, cigarette, and 2 beer. I said, Mom, for frig's sake, man, I'm going out, man. I should have never said that. Because my mom looked through every single drawer in the kitchen, including the cupboard. Now, me like a professional dickhead, I asked my mom, Mom, what are you looking for? She said, who, me? Me, I look for all the blood clot ya chat to. Wow. 9 months me have you. All my titty them saggy because of you. And you can't even go shop for your mother. Lick up pissing tail boy. Take the money. So I put my hand out like a bad man. She puts the money in my hand. I'm very, 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 very confused because I'm looking at coppers. So me, in my brave man voice, say to my mom, I say, Mom, this ain't enough. She looks me so sweetly in the face, just like any Jamaican mother would, and said this, when's the last time you pay rent in his blood clot? Walk and live. Talk and, okay, Mama, go buy some bread. It's a sad shame. So Jamaicans, I tell you. But another story I do actually have, and I hopefully have a lot more minutes to do so. But I have a lot of Asian friends. As you heard the Asian accent, I have a lot of Asian friends. So I hang around with a lot of Asians. And in secondary school, I had a best friend and his name was AJ. So every day after secondary school, we would go to his house. And every time we would go to his house, his dad would take the mickey out of me. Only me, because I was the only darkie there, innit? So I get to the house now and he calls me and says, hey, Arun, how are you today? How are you today? You're planning something. You're planning something. Listen to me. Come here. Come here. My son says you are from the west of India. I said, yes. I'm Jamaican, Caribbean. He says, no, you're not. No, you're not. My cousin My cousin Vibes Patel is from the west of India. You are not. I said, what's going on here? What are you talking about? So he said, come here, Arun, come here. Listen to me. You are coming to my house, eating all my food, playing with my son. Arun, are you the batty of boy? I said, no. Why are you always playing with my son? Where's the girls, man? Where's the girls? So by that time, his phone has rung. Picks up his phone and he's speaking to somebody I don't know. Hello, hacha. Then he starts going in on his phone, arguing, cussing. I turned to my friend AJ. I said, AJ, what's your dad saying? Because it sounds like a really good song. I've never heard that type of cussing ever in my life. He says, yo, bro, he's not cussing. He's not singing no song. He's telling his brother off because the till was under by 1 pence. Oh, okay. So he's finished with his phone call. He says, oh, Arun, how are you? Sorry. I had to deal with my brother. Done knowings. Well, I'm going to tell you the truth. You are not from the West India. You know why? You don't look West India. You don't talk West India. Look. You are Sri Lankan. I said, why? Because you are very dark. That messed me up my whole life, I'm telling you right now. And I notice there's always a racial divide in Asian communities, also in the Black community, about light skin and dark skin people. So I never felt alone. But anyways, people, been Icy Jones, thank you so much. And I hope you enjoyed. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, my darlings. Oh, let me put my camera back on. Thank you very much for having us this evening, my darlings. So we are going to take, that concludes the show. Thank you so much for bearing with us. We will edit and repost with everything in order. Hopefully give us about a week and we'll get that done. Fingers crossed. So if you want to come back in a week and watch it, fabulous. We would love to hear your thoughts and feelings then. But yes, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to take like a 3.5 minute break, and then we are going to be back for the Q&A with as many of the artists as are available, and cast and all the crew, hopefully. Fingers crossed. So yes, we look forward to answering all your lovely questions, and we'll see you in 3.5 minutes. Ciao.
Quisiera verte una vez más, querida. Quisiera amarte una vez más. Quisiera darte mi corazón, querida. Sinceramente te extraño más. A lo mejor pudiéramos una vez más. A lo mejor pudiéramos una vez más. No, no me diste tu amor, de tu amor. Estoy volviéndome loco sin ti, porque sé que tu amor no es por mí. No me llamaste ni una vez, querida, no me dijiste nada más. Tú me culpaste, hablando es tan querida. No soy cobarde, dímelo ya. A lo mejor te va peor, le pido a Dios. A lo mejor te va peor, me vale amor. No, no me diste tu amor, de tu amor. Estoy volviéndome loco sin ti, porque sé que tu amor no es por mí. Vuela amor, sube, sube, vuela amor, vuela. vuela amor. Sube, sube, vuela amor, vuela amor. Sube, sube, vuela amor, vuela amor. Sube, sube, no, oh, 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 oh. No me diste tu amor, de tu amor. Estoy volviéndome loco sin ti, porque sé que tu amor no es por mí. No, oh, 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 oh. No me diste tu amor, de tu amor. Estoy volviéndome loco sin ti, porque sé que tu amor no es por mí. Vuela amor, vuela amor. Sube, sube, vuela amor, vuela amor. Sube, sube, vuela amor, vuela amor. Sube, sube, vuela amor, vuela amor.
Something like that. Don't know where to fade it out. I was thinking maybe
Fantastic. Welcome. Can I have all cast and crew back in the room, please? Hello, everybody.
Come.
All cast and crew in. Fantastic. Lovely. Thank you so much for bearing with us, my darlings. I would like to introduce each of the cast and crew. I think everyone's name is up to date. Fantastic. So I'm just working my way through as it is on my screen. So I am Amelia Parillon, and next is Nathan Wave. No name. Fantastic. Nathan is our amazing tech. And then we are over to Dean Fletcher. Give a wave.
Hello.
Fantastic. And then we are over to Yasmin Chowdhury. And with Yasmin, we have Tony and Amber. Wave. Lovely. And then next down is I have Gilbert and Danon. Give a wave. Yes. Pew. And over to the lovely Esther. Give a wave. Lovely. And then Acid Jones. Give everybody a wave. We just saw your face, but why not? And then Rachel. Wave us in. Mm-hmm. And last but not least, we have Beatrice. Lovely. Beshuar had to leave, and I'm not sure if he's able to come back in, but if he is, he will let us know and we'll pop him in. But yes, I'm going to take this opportunity to ask everybody to give a bow. So hands up. Ready? And down we go. Awesome. Yes. Flick that hair. Lovely. And we're going to hand over to Yasmin. Over to you, my darling.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we will be wrapping this up, but thank you to everyone who actually took part in all the feels 2 identity. And obviously, as we go through, and we've Tony, he's waving the piece of paper where he is now against the green screen, is we've got questions from the audience, which we're more than happy, obviously, to have our cast, an amazing crew. But I think I wanted to give a special shout out. You know, we had some incredible guests, and a huge thank you, seriously, once again, to Nathan, our technical director. Seriously, Nathan, he has been absolutely incredible. And, you know, what we know as cast and crew is nothing can happen without these guys. And, of course, Amber, who not only does she work with me on Love Dash, but has volunteered to help on Hate2Love Collective. So thank you, Amber, for the website. And
thank you, Amber.
Yes.
And, you know, our special guests, oh my God, like, how do you expect me, after the amazing comedy we had, to keep a straight face? But I'm an actress and I have to bring that energy, all right? Because my sides were splitting so far. I don't know if you picked it because you saw, you know, the Asian Indian community in that chocolate city. I'm sorry. Right, okay. Without further ado. So, Tony, he's going to shout out the first questions and I'll just compare it, just to make sure. But Tony, what's the first question we had from the audience? Our lovely audience who are still here. And have we signed in? Can we get that laptop to make sure? Yeah. So hopefully, and just a reminder, by the way, please go to Hate2Love Collective because we've got the next show. I'm going to hand over to Amelia to reveal this. Have we talked about the next show already, Amelia? I think in your opening remarks. Oh.
So the next show, fingers crossed, will be a live show, as in person, where we actually get to meet each other. That would be nice.
Yes.
We have met each other. I only met Esther today. I met Esther. Put your hand up. You and I met today, and I think you and Beatrice. Beatrice, put your hand up. Yeah, it's just Beatrice and Esther. Yeah. So
met yesterday.
Yeah. So
and then Amelia.
Meetings, but before we get questions, actually, no, let's go straight to the questions. So we'll come back to Amelia. But the first question from our amazing audience, what did they have to say and who?
Well, it was actually from Jimmy Rogers Jr. He said, how was a Hate2Love Collective influenced your perspectives in the world? So I'm guessing that's addressed to pretty much everybody individually.
Yeah.
So what should we do there? Should we give them like a 20 or 30 second
That's
sort of
very good.
answer?
I'd say 15
everybody?
seconds. So we're gonna, like, who wants to go first? Roll your shoulders. No, but who wants to go first? Obviously, I'm going to go to my deputy. My co-founder Amelia.
What was remind me of the question? How has it affected my views?
How
has Hate2Love Collective influenced your perspectives in the world?
Influenced my perspectives in the world. I would say I'm not sure if it's influenced my perspectives as such. I think it's probably more my perspectives coming out more through Hate2Love than anything else. But I guess on a deeper level, it gives me a space to share my perspectives and talk about them.
Thank you, Amelia. So going over to Nathan, our technical director. And then I'll come to Rachel. Okay, thank you very much, Nathan. Actually, before I come to you, Rachel, I want to get in IC Jones. Obviously, you're very new, and thank you so much. Like,
very welcome, very welcome.
Oh wait, you can't. Right, okay. No, seriously. I know we're new to you. I know you know, obviously Amelia. So you know, it's great that she, you know, we're so stoked to have you. Hate2Love Collective. I know it's very short and sweet, but what What's your perspective?
Well, when Amelia basically kind of pitched it to me, she said it basically involved a lot of creativity and like a freedom of expression in, you know, the cultures that we live in and stuff like that as well. So me being a comedian, I obviously express in a certain type of way, like culturally, and to get that across to the masses as well, to get that type of message and everything as well. It's just like another great platform to expand on and then get your message across. And I felt like this was a great place to do it. Yeah.
Thank you, Icy. And Gilbert and Danon, because, you know, they're 1 hour ahead in Rwanda, by the way. Again, the question, how has Hate2Love Collective influenced your perspectives in the world? You know, it could be even in the material that you've watched tonight, or maybe the words that might have made you think a bit more. Has anything shifted for you, or maybe changed, or anything you felt you've gotten out of it? Gilbert and Danon.
On my own side, I guess this is our technology is letting people shifting their visions in labs. So I guess it has shifted me how to I can attend such beautiful platform to reach out the world. And then I hope the future is, you know, the technology is helping everything. And I believe in the future, this program will have its impact on talent working at hardship to come up to show up what they can. This is what I guess to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Danon. And Gilbert.
You know, it's always said, the more the better. The more the better, right? Now that we're together, we still can do better, right? That's what I believe in.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, given that you're live from Rwanda, certainly for me, my perspective is it's blown my world, because, as I said, I wanted to test the theory. Can this be done? Can I, you know, and actually, where's that book? Can you pass me the book over there? You know, here's my perspective, because I wanted to do this and see if I can pull it off. So the question was, how has this influenced your perspective in the world? Well, I think actually Hate2Love Collective should definitely, you know, get funded. We need to do this kind of work so we can support not only brilliant comedians, artists, spoken words, more of the Black, you know, community, but not just in the UK, obviously around Africa, like our brothers out in Rwanda. And you know what? I've just, here's how, I can't help it. I'm a businesswoman as well. All right. So if you split and cut me, you will find, you know, the blue blood of business, the heritage of Bangladeshi, a bit of Englishness going on. I'm Muslim as well. This book, there's a relevance. I don't know if you, oh God, how can I see it? No sudden
movements.
Oh, okay, no sudden movement. Okay, this is a signed copy by Spike Lee. And actually, I'm going to stalk him, obviously, legally. I'm going to stalk him legally. Oh God, I'm going to stalk him legally, because he did this book, and I'm like, come on, Spike, let's get to Rwanda. Or, you know, if you can't get to Rwanda, the Rwandans don't need to come to you, and you don't need to go to them. Just give them the money. So that's influenced my perspective. But I wanted to go straight to Beatrice, our amazing actress who lives in London, and she's an Italian actress. Beatrice, how has Hate2Love Collective influenced your perspective?
I was thinking about it today, and I simply say that my why, my big reason to be in the arts today is because I want to create value through the power of art. And the Hate2Love Collective is the best way to do it for me. So for me, it was like an organic process. And I feel like is the place where we can really make a change and make the difference.
Thank you, Beatrice. And actually, you're very good, because I took more longer than that. Straight over to Dean. Dean, come forward a bit, because you look as if your face is melted away, as much as mine. But I know it's not the stress from having to deliver incredible performances. So come forward. Is it
it's just because my wall's white, so I'm just
yeah, look. So and okay, so Dean.
I'll get rid of it.
Man with no face, or half a face.
I'll get rid of it in a minute. No, I've obviously been with Hate2Love since the beginning, and I have learned so much off of everyone, off of Yasmin, off of Amelia, off of Esther, and everyone that's joined. It's just been such an asset to the team. Beatrice brings such an amazing energy to the team. Rachel and Nathan have been fantastic, and all the guests are just always amazing. Today I feel like we've learned so much of Damon. Icy was hilarious, and Beshuar was fantastic. I really feel that we're here to help people, but we're also super talented. We're not just, you know what I mean, we're not shit in doing this, we're good in doing this. And yeah, I'm really proud of what we've achieved tonight and before.
Yeah, no, thank you. And a reminder that Hate2Love Collective is all about promoting and platforming talent under hardship, okay? Talent under hardship that is hidden, can't be seen, maybe is facing complex barriers, because as far as I'm concerned, as we all know, you know, just because we see faces on the screen, it's the same old, but how did they get there? It's not necessarily talent, it's actually privilege. Let's just all call it out, okay? It is what it is, and it's fine. And, you know, that's fine, but we can create this together. So Tony is interesting because he's also volunteered to help at Hate2Love Collective, has never been to theatre. You don't mind me sharing that, okay? Never been to theatre. Oh, come closer. And actually saw his first ever live performance. So over to Tony in 30 seconds, because you set the rule.
Okay, yep, no worries. Basically, I heard about Yasmin needing a bit of help with the website, and also doing other little bits and bobs of projects that she's got going on. And basically, I'd like to help out with anybody that's doing really a good cause, especially if they have nothing financially to actually help them. So that's basically what I'm here to help. Not just that, I can see that this is the first time that I've done this. I can see that you guys have already learned a lot in your second time, and I can only imagine it's going to get a lot better being the third and the fourth one. Especially with now Nathan on board, we've seen what he can do, and yeah, that's really. I'm going to leave it at that, and I can't wait for the next one really, and see how that comes along.
And that's a lovely cue to take a little break. Amelia, when is the next one? What are we doing?
So we, of course, COVID permitting, we would love to do. Okay, there's a device on or something. So. And I'm getting feedback back on myself.
Not mine.
But hopefully we are looking to do a 3-day run of a live show performance in end of November. Fingers crossed. But again, it's COVID permitting. So we will kind of work with that. We'll hopefully know government rules and regulations in about 3 weeks.
So hopefully we might be able to give an update at the next show on Roots of Forgiveness. Okay, something I think we, you know, as a committee would be very pleased to track and keep reporting back, because you know now we've made contact, we won't let go of that contact. But yes, and the next show will look at poverty. So you know we're doing identity, but the next show will be all feels free poverty. So I want to hand over to Rachel, our amazing director and obviously founder of Worldwide Shakespeare. Please let us know. And can everyone just mute themselves when they're not talking to allow the person speaking? Thanks.
So what I learned from Hate2Love Collective, I mean, when I signed up to join this show, like just like Nathan, this like the ideas behind it really fit with my vibe and who I was. And I guess what I learned is kind of the power of outreach and the power of how global these problems are. I'm American. America is very insular. America only really thinks about America. And I've lived in Europe for 10 years and I've learned more about being in Europe, but this has really broadened my reach further. And I'm so grateful to Yasmin and Amelia and everyone, Danan, Gilbert, Icy, all of you, just for broadening that outreach, I think. Yeah.
No, well, thank you for taking the risk in a way, because we're unknown. Honestly, nobody knows us, but every single special guest who came on, nobody is paid. Actually, I'm going to put that. We should have that little ticker. Nobody is getting paid here, okay? But also, we don't really believe in free art, and that's why we're going to try and get this funded. So thank you so much, Rachel, who gave up her valuable time, brought her concept, Worldwide Shakespeare, and, you know, we made sure we wanted to keep the legacy of Martin Luther King, because today is his anniversary of the iconic I Have a Dream speech he did make rather. And, you know, we do want to, you know, not just focus on thought leadership from 30 years ago, the thought leadership that's coming out from Rwanda and places like Bangladesh. I mean, Ohidul can't be here at the moment because he doesn't know how to do Zoom. But do you see, that's the power of Hate2Love Collective. We can all get together as a family. And finally, last but not least, Esther, if we can we unmute you and tell us the impact or what your thoughts are and your perspective on Hate2Love?
First, what a lot of other people said, that the more people are joining, the more international it becomes, and it's just like widens your whole life and your whole perspective. Because yes, you hear like marginally about stuff happening all over around the world, but the news are really like European and American centric. So there are a lot of issues that don't get enough light. And somehow, even though we're like an art community, it's like so interesting how like art can shine on all kind of problems, and how can it get people together from all walks of life. I'm currently reading a book what was written by a Hungarian actor, and I just read today that like a sentence what he wrote, that an actor alone can't do anything. Acting is a group sport, like playing football. When you don't have a football team, you can just stand alone and kick the ball and nothing's gonna happening. And that's what I really enjoy, especially because we formed a Hate2Love Collective during the lockdown, that we were separate but we were together, and it was so nice because you got so unused to people being around you, but you still had people around you. So it's kind of like that.
Finally, Amber, who's the youngest kid on the block. Of course, we don't judge that because we're all young at heart, and you know, it depends how you feel, who you feel or no. So Amber, my daughter, yes. So tell us perspective, 30 seconds.
So I also joined at the beginning, but I'd like to think that I was more of a behind the scenes sort of person until I started joining the workshops. And I think that being in an open sort of creative space where we just all talk and we're all just, you know, it's very comfortable conversation, I think that sort of helped a lot with my perspective on the world, which also helped me also write my first piece for this show at the beginning. But thank you. But yeah, I just want to thank you actually, because it was a very great experience.
And obviously it's really important because the next show we're thinking of getting the youth element involved, and I wanted to test it on Amber and get it right. So, you know, there was healthy nepotism there, purely because we couldn't get to any other children. It was COVID lockdown anyway. So it was like, didn't have to do, you know, didn't have to look far. But look, next question. We have a question from Rachel, actually. How did Hate2Love get started? Really quickly, I can answer that. It was after Meghan Markle was getting a huge amount of abuse and hate, I think in January. And then I think there was an incident, being Muslim, of Islamophobia. And it started to get me really frightened. But what I don't like, and I'm not going to go into it here, I've had a very interesting 10 years, as I said, in my journey to set up and found Love Dash. Between Bangladesh and UK, I've hung out with far right. I've ended up being on a panel with far right in the audience, having to be the only person because they didn't have anyone to come and defend Islam. And through all these journeys where I kept pushing myself and, you know, having to come myself from a very cult orthodox background, and I want to be very clear that there's a difference between Islam and certain ways of maybe some of the members in my Muslim community, how they behave. I then realized that something needs to be done. And I'm not the kind of person, I don't wait for others, because they all like to fly on fancy jets and go to places with big mountains and icy slopes and talk about it. I think that's called Davos. So I thought, okay, I'm not going to call it Davos. I'm going to call it Hate to Love Collective, and I'm going to make sure I reach out to my acting fraternity and sorority. And that's how it started, out of anger. And I thought, well, no, we've got to move people from hate to love. So let's start art, hence the phrase broken arts. Well,
broken hearts create beautiful art.
Broken hearts create beautiful art. Okay, next question is from Kieran Degan. What does he say about roots of forgiveness? Question for roots of forgiveness from Kieran Degnan. And what is it?
From Rachel.
No, this one I was going to. Kieran Degnan.
Oh, okay.
He wants to know about the frog.
Yeah, like
Let's have
I
a
didn't see a
quick
frog,
question
but
about a frog. Is there relevance? Oh, sorry. Do you want to unmute Gilbert and Danon? You're muted, Danon and Gilbert.
Now you can hear me?
Can hear us, right?
Yes. Yeah.
What is the question about?
I don't know. It's saying something about a frog.
yeah, they would like to know about the frog in your video or something along those lines. I don't remember seeing one myself. But,
no, I don't know. Okay, but there's another question. What led you to decide to make film, particularly documentary, as your chosen art form? And what is the next film after Roots of Forgiveness?
Yeah, to answer the next questions on the next film that we are going to make, so we are mainly focusing on finishing the Roots of Forgiveness. Then once the film gets funded, then after we be done the film, we will make a film on heroin addiction. We called Life Demolisher, but it will be done after we have finished with Roots of Forgiveness, because this is what we are focusing on currently.
Question as to why did you
guys hear me?
Yeah, we are. And the question asked why the medium of documentary rather than maybe a film or a series. Why documentary specifically?
As a as a filmmakers, we all take choices. Some may choose to be script writers, others may choose. But in 100 pictures, we have found that documentaries are what is matters nowadays as a component of doing films. But concerning future films, concerning of actions, fiction stories, we trying to collaborate with other people. We trying to collaborate with other individual groups to come to join us for consultants or whatever. But the main focus for this project, the Roots for Forgiveness, we have 4 components. We have the pre-production that is going on. We have the production. We have post-production. And if I can tell you, this project has a long line, so that to have other projects behind, maybe looked into the future. But for like 1 year, for 6 months coming, we are focusing on the Roots for Forgiveness.
And to assist, she mentioned she's asking why we decided to make the film a documentary. Many films have been made about the genocide, and then none of those films touched the reconciliation and the forgiveness. And then this is a real story that we're trying to tell to the world. That's why we decided to make this film a documentary, not a fiction or any other drama. It's a really story. It's an event that happened. That's why we decided to make it a documentary rather than a fiction or any other type of film.
If you see like on the characters, we are bringing the camera on all the efforts of genocide. It's like someone tells you he killed like 30 people. He tells that he killed the relatives of the survivor. It's like we are calling the mind during the genocide. We are bringing it into the present now. We are bringing it as each year we commemorate around the world, and Rwanda we commemorate the 100 days for that. So if we bring that mind, the world is still needed to learn much. So we using these documentaries, what
and then
we
something
see
else
is very
that
important.
something else that I want to mention is that we are doing something that we are good at. So 100 Pixel Studios is good. People say that we're good at making documentaries, right? We are trying to stick to what we know best.
No, thank you very much for that. And yes, sorry, I search that down. Oh, I see. Yeah, can you put the so I was going to say yes, and this probably neatly tacks on to that issue of poverty porn that Lovedash is wanting to dismantle, and this constant idea that we can't see, we can only see certain nations in a certain way if they are to the east of UK, which really upsets me. I want to ask a question to Icy, actually. I want to talk about. Oh yeah, can you mute Gilbert and Don? And actually, those questions from Rachel, so thank you. They were really insightful. Icy, can I ask you this? I've always wanted to know with Black comedians the racism element and what is being done. Well, firstly, how bad is it, or is it? And what is being done about it, or any thoughts? Thanks, Icy.
In the comedy game, there's obviously two different, I wouldn't say classes, I'll say the two different lanes. There's called the mainstream, which is predominantly a white field, and then they've got the urban, which is obviously to like Black people, Asian people, I would say BAME collective anyways. What's been done is just that a lot of people are trying to collaborate, and with me, I like to be on both scenes. I like to go on the alternative circuit as well as the urban circuit, and I just try and build networks and links in that type of way and fashion, so it doesn't I don't know what we could say. You could say it as I'm not just a one-trick pony, so I can actually do comedy for each whoever. So I'm not just staying in just that one lane. To answer your question about what's been done, I think it's just the lack of networking and people not wanting to go that route where they, the mainstream is a certain way and then the urban is a certain way. Like laughs are different. I don't know. It's just like a totally different mindset to certain individuals itself. So that's, for me, I would say I try and go out there and I try and just make these networks and just talk about them when I'm actually in the urban circuit, or talk about it when I'm in the mainstream, and just build awareness as to it's not as bad as you think it is. It's not, it's not hard to go break that market. It's not hard to come to break this market as well. That's just basically what I would do as a proactive.
Really quickly, I see you haven't. Where do we find you next? How obviously you've got a website, so we'll be putting that out. But is there any live performances coming up?
I'm still trying to find some more live performances. There are a few, but you can mainly find my stuff on Instagram, because that's where I mainly predominantly like to put my stuff on there, where I do a lot of comedy sketches as well as stand up as well. But I do focus a lot on my sketches, a little bit of acting here and there as well. But it's, mainly I'll put a lot of shout outs on my Instagram. So.
Okay, brilliant. No, that's wonderful. And actually, I'm going to hand over to my co-founder, lovely Amelia. But these are the two other questions. Okay, so we had Isla Fury art. What's happened to the perpetrators? That's a question for Roots of Forgiveness. As you can see, a lot of interest in Roots of Forgiveness. What has happened to the perpetrators? Are they still living within your communities? Is the question. So a really short 30-second answer would be brilliant. I'm going to hand that question over for Amelia to handle. And then there was just 1 second. And then the Geeky N8 asking, Oh yeah. How have you found creating shows online instead of in a theatre or venue? And what are your feelings about this clear new art form? That's to everyone and the cast and crew. How did you all meet to create Hate2Love Collective? That's easy. We never met. And what made you passionate about becoming an actor? So there you go. I'm going to change over to hosts and we'll kick off maybe just, well, Amelia will decide because I'm a bit tired actually. And it'd be nice to hear someone else's voice. There you go.
Fantastic. So we're going to start with the first question over to Gilbert and Danon. Just if you could just let us know what happened to the perpetrators, Yaz?
Yeah.
Cool. So what happened to the perpetrators, and yeah, that's literally it.
Do they still live in the community? Do they still live in communities is the question.
Yeah, from the trailer that you have watched, there is a man that we filmed. He's a genocide perpetrator, and then he's a neighbor to the lady that we introduced in the first minutes. So they are living together, and they are neighbors. And then it's not even the only one that is living together with the people he killed the families for. It's very common here in Rwanda that the genocide survivors and the genocide perpetrators, they live in the same village, and then they are sharing food, attending same events. So the majority of them, they are living together and they are neighbors, and then it's being done as a way of reconciliation or bringing them together to rebuild the society.
If I can say, beyond the filmmaking, the country itself, after you see like a genocide, when it happens in a country under development, you know, I think it was a good way to think politically, to think socially. You know, you can't let in a country where 1 million people have been dying and thousands have participated in such killing. I may say our governments and the partners have supported the program of unity and reconciliation. It came with the social justice, you know, where we have brought the movement together, you know, and until the perpetrator come and then say, "Can you please forgive me?" And we know that, as we mentioned, forgive, it's a process. You wounded me. You funded me, and from this it flows the inside me. You killed my relatives, and then I lost them. So if you come to me, it is going to get me out of this loneliness to join again until you will wait me to forgive you. This is my right to forgive. You know, no one can teach you forgive, but people can put around measures and approaches, social approaches, and studies around. Many cases has been done how you can go to forgiveness. But I think the roots of forgiveness is inside. It comes from inside. The pardon comes from inside. And from that point, you know that you're going to sacrifice your past. You're going to sacrifice your anger. You're going, and then you go to the way you feel better you can be. This is what Martha King used to be. Beat us, but we love you. You know, this is what Mandela has done. You know, I guess if we come up to go with this internal dynamics to forgiveness, to beg for pardon, I think it may make a better world.
And then having brought together the genocide survivors and the genocide perpetrators, having brought them together, living the same village, is a way of reconciliation.
Yeah,
if it weren't bringing them together, then it wouldn't have been possible. That's why they're living together.
Okay, it's a process.
Yeah, everything is a process. But that's beautiful. It sounds like a beautiful process, though, and one most definitely. I think a lot of communities and cultures across the world could probably learn a lot about.
If I give you my example, if I give you like a businessman, you know, if a developing country doesn't encourage people from post-genocide conflict, if it doesn't have great measures to bring people together, Do you think poverty will it will increase? But when you tell people to focus what is inside, create new opportunities, like if you have these communities, they may go for cattle, some may say, I can come to build your house. This is what we do with the public works. This is what we do. If you see this man and this wife talking together, even sharing a brochure, it's amazing. This is the life we need. They are not great people. They are not rich, but with the brochure, they can smile. This is the future.
There was part where we filmed them eating together. We took them to a restaurant and then they ate together. It was beyond.
And the wife said, during the genocide, this man hurt me so much. He macheted me. He's the one who made me so bad. Like you see, she has lost one part of her shoulder. You see, and then she tried to show, do you remember what you did? And the man say, I'm sorry, I did it.
And then they were smiling.
Yes,
you know,
this is what we think we can teach around the world.
Very hard to believe.
So that's why
I think that's a great, fantastic lesson to learn. And I really hope it inspires many people to start this journey for themselves. Thank you very much, Danon and Gilbert. I think it's a great project and I really very much look forward to seeing it grow and blossom. But I have to go on to the next question. Give me 1 second, which was Yaz. 1 sec.
Where's the sheet, by the way? Yes, and the other question was, how have you found creating shows online instead of in a theatre venue? And what are your feelings about this clear new art form? And I'd really love to, if you don't mind, hear from Esther and Beatrice, actually.
Yeah, so we're going to throw that over to Esther and Beatrice. So how have you found, we're going to start with Beatrice, how have you found this new art form and creating shows without knowing each other? We're going to start with Beatrice. Over to you, honey. Yeah, cool.
So that's a very interesting question. Of course, I miss the energy that only the audience can give. It's really difficult because you build a lot of energy. You spend a lot of energy in a show, and there isn't anything better than feeling that energy coming back from the audience. Not even with the applause, just the feeling of them being there. And I remember the first shows that I started to do during the lockdown. I had a massive drop of energy and emotional drop as well when I finished, because it was like giving your all and not hearing nothing, so not having a feedback. But I actually am super grateful because we have to think about the positives. I mean, if we think about the how lucky we are to be still able to do shows and to bring art, is incredible because it's given me the chance to network even more and meet artists from parts of the world that I didn't even think I would ever approach. So, for example, during the lockdown, I had the chance to do a show with some people from New York. I also had a community with amazing Indian filmmakers, thanks to Zoom and stuff like that. So I am super grateful. And the positive thing is, you can do whatever you want. You just need to prepare 15 minutes for the show, like before, to get ready. You don't have to travel. You don't have to go to the theater. And let me say, this is amazing. But I miss the theater, and I really do hope it comes back.
Fabulous. Over to you, lovely Esther.
Yes, I really enjoy that too. That I'm at home and like I'm not in the scene, but I'm really thirsty, so I just like have something in the back. I put the washing in. It's kind of gonna be finished now, so I really enjoyed this part. I'm a really firm believer in being in the room, energy-wise, and because I'm better when I'm in the room. so I really like to be there. But what
I kind of enjoy this Zoom thing too, because it brings out a different side of creativity of you, because I think this is somehow between theater and movie, because it's live, but it's also kind of recorded, so you don't get a feedback like how you don't get a feedback when you do a movie, but it's live, so the stakes are higher. So it's a really, really interesting blend, what I think can really go a long way. I still would prefer, movies as movies, theater as theater, but I really like this one too. So, because it just helps you so much. So I think it's actually a really, really good way to perform. Yeah.
And actually, we haven't heard much from Dean. I wanted to. Sorry,
yes.
Is that okay? Sorry.
Yeah, I really miss performing in theatres. It's great that we can do this. It really is. But you saw today, like, technical problems happen all the time, and if you don't have a good internet, like myself, it's just a pain in the ass. Yeah, there's no better feeling than performing in a theatre, like Beatrice said, feeding off an audience. But at the same time, I also feel very lucky to be able to do this because of everything that's going on. Like, I know so many other performers who aren't performing because they can't. So yeah, there's sort of two sides to me. I feel very lucky in some ways, and then I am very frustrated in others. But yeah.
Awesome.
Nathan, would you like to ask Nathan the question?
Yeah, that was literally my next one.
Of course.
Yeah, it's its own thing. Like, that's, I think, what I would want to. I don't know if it's reassuring people or what, but I think theater will come back when it's safe to do so. It's already kind of starting to come back, even though it's not safe to do so. But it's already starting to come back. And look, theater's been around for hundreds of years, so it's not going anywhere, guys. But I feel like for me, this has let me discover a completely brand new art form, and it's exciting because you get to kind of go, okay, what do we do? Like, what do we make it? Because guess what? We get to pioneer that. It's not, nobody else has done it. Other people are doing it now, but they're also doing the same as we are, pioneering it. So that's what's exciting for me about it. And I would want to continue making it even when I can go back to theater.
Yes, there is one. Oh, is there one last? I feel like we may have merged them.
There was one more question, sorry, about what is it that makes you passionate about being an actor or a comedian or a filmmaker or a social entrepreneur? So it's a loving, and it's 10 seconds to everyone. Starting with hands up. Who wants to go first? Amelia.
Great, I'll kick it off. What makes me passionate about being an artist is the opportunity and the power in which I'm honored to have to reach the masses over time and space, to change hearts and to change minds.
Where is
it? I'm going to pass over to Dean.
The reason why I'm so passionate about it is because we're able to talk about and tackle real problems that are happening in the world in a creative and imaginative way. I'm going to pass over to who's got their hand up. Who's got their hand up? Who wants to go? I'm going to pass over to Icy because he's got a nice big smile on him.
Thank you. Creativity. I'm very passionate about creativity and basically sending a message through creativity as well. Also, I just love making people laugh. I'll pass over to Rachel.
I'm very passionate about being an artist, actor, director, writer, because of that connection, specifically with theatre and even online theatre, that connection with an audience, whether we can see it or not, that you really affect somebody's life and you can see it in real time. I'm going to pass over to, no one's got their hand up, so I'm going to pick Beatrice.
So because of the connection through art that you can make, which is different than in anything else when you meet with a person, because when I do art, I am in the here and now. I am fully myself. Even when I play a character, because of course, as I said before, the ability to send messages out in a creative way, so in a stronger and more powerful way. And last but not least, the fact that because of the mask I'm wearing, I find the courage to say my deepest truth, basically.
Who are you passing to, Beatrice?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, gosh. Oh, Esther. I have her here. Maybe you have her somewhere.
So what I'm passionate about acting, it's because art is what connects humanity truly. Look at all the Greek plays, they are still relevant. So when you do art, you hold all the truths and all humanity in your own hands, and you have to find it in yourself, and you can give it out to other people. And I really like to go to the theater, and what it gives to me, that's what I would like to give back other people when they're watching me doing it, because that's the purest and most like bare truth and bare humanity what art always preserves. And I think all will always preserve, and art always had the privilege to tell the truth. It had to tell the truth, and that's just a fantastic thing to be a part of. Okay, who didn't go yet? Yasmin.
Really quickly, look, what makes me passionate is that I'm a polymath, and I want to talk about that. It's where you can do more than one thing. So I am a social entrepreneur, I am an actress, I am a writer, I am a director, I'm also a mother, I'm also, a humanitarian. So it gets me to do crazy things like this because I'm a creative designer, because acting at the root of it is all about creating. And that's why, look, now the book's being shown. I'm still going to go and contact Spike Lee and see if he's going to help us. Only such passion would allow you to do crazy shit like that. Yeah, my daughter's over. This is adult now, so it's okay. So that's me.
We haven't heard from Danon and Gilbert on why they're passionate about being artists or social entrepreneurs. You're mute.
Yeah, we're on now. Hello?
What was the question?
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, I think why are you passionate about being artists or entrepreneurs?
Can I come first or do you about to start?
No, man, you start.
Okay, me as I made international economics, and I think nowadays production and developing country especially is for the beginners of doing business, it's very hard, and it engages few people. It has a few edges. So the most important thing, if you want to start and if you want to see the world change, shifting from forgiveness, pardon, fighting against all social dimensions that we have failed to mental dimension is what? Now, when it comes to bring the world to the development, you have to think of social enterprise. The social enterprise, it looks around the community opportunities. It looks with the small. It looks at the small things. It looks with the smaller knowledges, and you, as an entrepreneur, you think big, you bring, and then you make the community connections, and then you try to bring them from out country with small opportunities and share these values around the world. And
hold on 1 second, Gilbert and Danon, can you mute yourself, turn off your video and turn it back on again? There seems to be a lag and we can't hear you. So turn it off. And then try and put it back on and see if that's better.
Are we good now?
Hello?
Are you guys?
Hello?
Can you guys hear us?
Is it okay?
It's better, but it's still a bit fuzzy.
Maybe turn your phone down slightly. I think it helps.
What's happening?
Hello? Hello?
You can't hear us, right? The speakers, right?
Yeah, if you turn them down,
Let's try and see.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear us? Yeah, that's better, right? Let's boost the volume.
Yes, so I was kind of saying that on developing countries, I think the social enterprise, it's what should be encouraged. Hello? It should be encouraged. It takes a mass together. It uses small opportunities. It uses what it requires. It's connecting efforts from the professionally, from the professionals. They bring the knowledge, they empower, and the community like a kids. You know that when you tell them something that will transform their lives, they come together and they give you potential possibilities to production. So I guess, and they have so many things in their what I've called from household opportunities to the world need. Like a woman, a poor woman can weave and then bring you something you need. 10 people may have their hives around a forest, and then they can make you a honey. You know, some places are still struggling to get honey, maybe. So there are so many things when you can fight poverty, you bring people together, no more so family conflicts. When people have something to do, they go together. when they pay school fees, they do, there are so many things. When I think this is an approach to bring the world to the GDP's goals achievement. This is my concept as a businessman, and I would like to encourage this until we come up to a better world, we think, for our coming generations.
To me, when I started out, I was a writer and actor like some of you guys, but later I came to realize that I have to concentrate more on filmmaking, on direction, camera work, editing, so that our stories, it's better that we tell our stories ourselves, just as Yasmin mentioned. We do not have to bring people from other country to tell our stories, because we are the ones who know our stories were, right? So I decided to put more effort into filmmaking, because I wanted to tell our stories. I wanted that our stories, it's better that our stories are told by ourselves, not other people from. They still can do that, but they sound better when it sounds better when we do it ourselves.
Fantastic. I completely agree. When you're bringing in art and you're creating it from a personal point of view, it's really hard to hear your story told by someone else who hasn't fully lived it or hasn't lived it at all, and they make cuts and changes and make it fit their vision of what they think you are, which is problematic at best. But thank you very much for sharing, my lovelies. That was the last one, wasn't it, Yaz?
It was actually, but there was one more question. Just hang in there, and just remember, we won't be doing this for another couple of months. And it's so important because actually, as I keep saying, I am a businesswoman. There is a real purpose to this. At the end of the day, this cannot be sustained. And actually, I want to try and get some funding. And, I really want feedback. I'm not saying we got it completely right, but I think we got a lot right. We didn't get much wrong. And I'm just so proud of everyone. I can't remember, hands up, if you can think of a show where you can see comedy. Like, seriously, there are times I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe we just did that. And now we're switching. Like, for example, I think we went from the interview with Roots of Forgiveness, Gilbert and Danone, straight to Beatrice, wasn't it? That contrast. That's what it's like. Life is messy. Where can we find a new emerging Black comedian? Like we're seeing the development of the character Ed Garner. I had a lot of feedback saying, oh my God, like everyone can see the Ed Garner in the Daily Mail, right? So, you got a bit of Shakespeare. So where I'm going with all of this is that actually, before we all skedaddle tonight, Hate2Love Collective was also created to ensure we platform talent under hardship. And I want to examine that a bit more. And remember that this, while you're giving this time, I think it's so important. There might be excerpts we will take to give to communities or anyone. The next session really is for those who are under hardship, whether they're young kids. So let me talk about myself a bit. I would never be allowed to be an actress. I did Hate2Love Collective, and I've never shared this because I said I come from a very strict Orthodox cult community. What advice, 10 seconds, if you could find someone, be they child or adult, who's struggling to find a creative career, be it as an actor, a writer, in film, and maybe they're not being allowed it, what if you have any tips, please just share it, because at the end of the day, you are doing it. And in a way, I see each of you who perform as people they can look to give them confidence. So if you could just like even the young youth of today about gaming and YouTube, or how do they start? The ones who are the quiet, the ones who've lost their ways, the ones who are being bullied, the ones who are thinking, you know what, I'm too ugly, I'm nobody. Yeah, because I was that child. So Beatrice, advice on youth or anyone in order to make it as an actress or an actor? Quick, just 2 tips that they could do immediately.
I believe that healthy passion can save you, because I was that child as well. I have been as well, and I don't say it as a victim. I say it proudly, because it gave me the chance to be where I am. So the first thing I would say is, if you have a passion that makes your eyes glow and makes your heart melt, follow it, because that will save you. It's the only thing we can always go back to. Nothing else can stay apart from our passion. And the second tip is, be curious. Be curious to always try new things. Don't be afraid to try new things, because that's when you grow. Even if one of those things might not be for you, you're going still to change thanks to that experience and become the person you need to be.
I know that some of us actually have to split, and before they do, I'm just taking a quick screen grab. I think we have to say bye to Dean. So Dean, thank you so much. I was going to say bye to Dean, but we want to go crazy. Anyone else who needs to leave, say goodbye. We're going to say goodbye to Danon and Gilbert, because it's 1 hour ahead. Esther as well. So thank you so much. And those of you still left in the room.
Hasn't put her hand up this time.
Yeah, Beatrice is saying goodbye as well. But we're just waiting to upload the trailer again, because there were technical issues at the start of the show. So I think it's quite important. So anyone who needs to go, go. I wasn't going to let go of Icy though, because
everyone. Thank you for watching.
Good night, Dean.
Sure. Bye, Dean. Yes, Beatrice.
Hi, Dean. Thank you so much thank you so much to Yasmin and to Hate2Love Collective for giving me the chance to showcase a piece and encouraging me to write more, and to the lovely, incredible Amelia for the support, insane support that she gave me to prepare for this show. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome, and you know, I'm so proud of how you brought Dr. Liliana. You just like nailed it. She was in the room, and I can't wait to see her and Ed Garner. Possibly, God knows what's going to happen next time they meet, but take care. I want to go straight to Icy Jones, okay, and say, Icy, really briefly, because again, comedy in Black and Asian communities. Can you imagine if I turned around and said, Mum, Dad, I'm going to be a comedian? And I do have a one-woman show, and I think they think I'm a bit, so I don't even talk about it, but some advice for anyone watching who might want to be a comedian, who community family isn't saying, oh my God, darling, yes, where's I'll be there.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, just check, Gilbert and Danon, are you okay to stay? Oh, we can't hear you, sorry. Oh, hang on, let me ask me. I just want to.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. We're so.
Yes, what I want to say, yes, it was so good. It is wonderful. I would wish the team should stay together. You know, this is unit. This is what brings the world to the success. I have to leave you, and I wish you a happy weekend. Thank you so much. Never leave each other.
No, thank you for your wisdom, leadership. All right, we'll be chatting soon. Take care, guys. Okay.
Have
a great weekend.
Amazing story.
Amazing. All right. Take care. So, Icy, thank you. Over to you. I'll just mute myself.
Yeah. The advice I would give to a lot of up and coming comedians is, you're not going to please everybody. You're never going to please everybody. So, if you have a bubbling passion for something that makes you feel good about yourself and you want to go out there and do it, go and do it, because you only live one life. You live it once, so you best just go out there and do what you do best, and that what it is you. So like a second step is just basically like what Beatrice was saying about the curiosity. Just basically go out there and find out what your niche is, and then just take a risk. take the risk and see what it is about you. Just don't be so, don't be so closed in, and don't believe that everybody you're gonna disappoint so many people. Because I noticed that when I first started comedy, everyone was like, that's not a real job, you need to think about something better than comedy. Comedy is not going to pay you this. I don't do comedy for payment. I do comedy because I'm very passionate about it. I love the whole networking with people, and it just basically makes me feel good, so I make people feel good, so that makes me feel even better. So I say this to people: just literally do you, and just express yourself, and then learn and live and just create.
Thank you, guys. I don't think the trailer is happening because you won't believe this. I'm so tired. We've actually uploaded the wrong one. I don't know what to say. I think it's not meant to be.
Oh, I'll say it's Nathan's fault.
You can play it again through Zoom if you put your audio settings. You know how?
Yeah. Can you just?
I've done it. I disabled it.
Yeah, it should work.
So then we do share screen, yeah?
Yeah.
And I think that would be quite nice to go out. So how do we know if it works or not? In the text?
I can.
Do I stop video now? Do I stop video when I play it? Share screen? Are you sure? Because people said they could see us.
They can, because you go into a little video on the side, but if you...
Okay, thank you. So I think we're going to go for this, thanks to the indomitable, is that a good word? Indomitable Rachel? I think that is a good word. I see. You know what? We're gonna like Amelia. Thank you so much. Amelia's like, oh my God, he said yes, and I was like, he's so funny. And you were so, we're back down to the core little some of the quarter. I don't know. Amelia, please take over. Please, can you campaign me in? I don't want to talk anymore. I'm just so proud of you all. I feel like crying. It's my dream to do stuff like this. Seriously. Yeah.
Right, my lovelies. I believe
Love ambassador, by the way.
I don't know. What? Anywho, so set up your camera, set it up, and we're about to have the trailer, and that will close us out. So before that goes live, I'd like to say thank you to everybody for joining us this evening, and we hope to see you soon. As I said, we will have an edited version of this live show, sans technical difficulties, hopefully within a week or so. And yes, so I'll put a sign up saying, and then be back soon. Fantastic. Awesome. Thank you very much, my darlings. Oh, lovely. I love seeing all this backstage stuff. But thank you very much, my lovelies. And we're going to close the show. Thank you for joining us. Have a lovely, lovely weekend, because today's Friday. Woohoo! Bye!
And forgiveness in the aftermath of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis in Rwanda. The genocide that took lives of a million innocent Tutsis.
I'm Danon, a social entrepreneur in Rwanda. Can we ever forgive genocide?
We are delighted to be invited as a special guest by its founder, a British actress, Yasmin Shirley, who is also CEO of Lavish, where she and her daughter Amber are on a huge mission to help protect our environment. So join us and Yasmin as we talk about our film, Roots of Forgiveness. You can visit their website to find out more. Hate2Love Collective are an exciting new British theatre performance production company promoting and performing brother and global talent under Hardship. Remember, Friday, 28th August, live from Rwanda. Bye.
Hi all.
Am I supposed to unmute myself? I don't know. Can you hear it now? Can you hear it? Can you hear it?
What do you think about forgiveness? Hello, I'm Gilbert, a filmmaker from Rwanda. We personally invite you to join us both live from Rwanda on Friday, 28th August at 7 p.m. British Summer Time, when we will feature in Hate2Love Collective's second pioneering show, All the Fears Part 2, Identity, to talk about our film, Roots of Forgiveness. Our film explores redemption and forgiveness in the aftermath of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis in Rwanda, the genocide that took lives of 1 million innocent Tutsis. I'm Danon, a social entrepreneur in Rwanda. Can we ever forgive genocide? We are delighted to be invited as a special guest by its founder, a British actress, Yasmin Shirley, who is also CEO of Lavish, where she and her daughter Amber are on a huge mission to help protect our environment. So join us and Yasmin as we talk about our film, Roots of Forgiveness. You can visit their website to find out more. Hate2Love Collective are an exciting new British theatre performance production company promoting and performing brother and global talent under Hardship. Remember, Friday, 28th August, live from Rwanda. Bye.
Hi all, this is Beshuar Hussain. I have been invited by Yasamin, the founder of Hate2Love Collective, to perform on the live show video on 28th of August. Therefore, I invite you all to join us and hear some music. For more information, you can visit the website. Thank you.
So bad.